Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Grangemouth Community Education Centre and to this meeting of Falkirk Council, and welcome to those joining online. The agenda was issued on Wednesday, 11th of June 2025. Hard copies were available to members at the Foundry Wednesday, 11th of June. A deputation request was received in regard to agenda item 9. A supplementary agenda was issued on Tuesday, 24th by email. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. I want to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. We can disagree and no doubt will disagree, but we can't do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. Take this opportunity to remind members all members should be heard without interruption. The audio situation in the room has been reviewed with changes made. However, an upgrade to the system will be installed after the recess. For today, to support members hearing online, I ask that members in the room speak directly into their microphone and keep it close to their mouth. If members in the room wish to speak, I ask that they indicate this to officers in democratic services who will note this, rather than put their light on to avoid any microphone issues. We have officers from IT available should there be any issues. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate, but at that point it is your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise you may miss your opportunity to speak. Members joining remotely should ensure their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. And before we start, can all members and officers check now your mobile phone is on silent or switched off. Agenda item 1, Cedar, and we'll go to Mr. Moody for that.
Provost Bishop.
Present.
Apologies from Deputy Provost Balfour. Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Aitken.
Here.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Anslow. Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Brown. Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Bailey Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McCabe.
Here.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by both Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sinclair.
Here.
And Councillor Spears.
Present. Thank you, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest, please? No. Agenda item 3, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on 27th of March. Pages 6 to 10 of your agenda papers. Can we agree the minute?
Agreed. Agreed.
Are there any questions arising from the minute? Agenda item 4, rolling action log, and we'll go to Mr. Moody for that.
Thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log records the decisions of Council where those call for a report back. There are a number of reports where the report was for this meeting and they're all on the agenda. Otherwise, relevant information is provided. The rolling action log is for noting, but it's also available for questions for the items that aren't otherwise on agenda.
Any questions on the rolling action log? No. Item 5, update of Carn Gymnastics Centre, and the report is taken as read. Since there are no amendments have been submitted, there will be no debate. So do we have any questions for officer? Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. A couple of questions. How confident are we, it's probably Mr. Kettrick, how confident are you or us that the club will be financially viable without Falkirk Council and continue to operate the Gymnastics Centre? And also, fixed apparatus will be left at the centre. Can you give me some more details and value of that if possible?
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. In response to the part on the equipment, it's fixed apparatus that is associated with the club's current activities and programme. The value is up to approximately £60,000 if it was new, because that is the cost that we will incur in replacing that equipment as part of our works at both Larbert High and at the Mariner Centre. In terms of the business plan, they have ambitious plans that are emerging. It is a draft business plan at this stage, and the majority of income will come from their programme as opposed to the council's activities. So we feel that they're in a good position going forward with an asset transfer with scope to expand by the council not being based there.
Mrs. Garner. Okay. Any other questions? No.
Excuse me.
Spears. Councillor Spears.
I didn't quite follow. Will we be leaving the equipment in the centre, or will the people who have taken over the centre need to re-equip it themselves?
In Provost, we are leaving the equipment that is currently owned by the council that is essential for them to undertake their programme. There is other equipment that the council will take that the club do not require. So we will take that with us, and that will be a prudent approach for us rather than just leaving it because they wouldn't have any use for it.
No, it's just I recall we went through a similar process at Grangemouth Stadium and we had to return equipment.
Provost, in terms of lessons learned, we're well aware of the inventory process in our asset transfers, and I'm not expecting any circumstances similar to that at Grangemouth.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll go to the administration to move the motion. Councillor Garner.
Thank you again, Provost, and thanks to Paul, Michael and Charlotte for keeping me updated on this. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on Cairn Gymnastics Centre as agreed at Council on the 25th of January 2025, where officers were asked to engage with Stennismuir Gymnastics, who had submitted an expression of interest. This report provides the update. This property has previously been identified as part of the SPR, the Strategic Property Review, as a Phase 3 property and has an approved property saving of £69,430 and a backlog of maintenance nearly £500,000. Given this and the financial position of the Council, in January 2025, it was recommended that the gymnastics provision would be relocated to the Mariner Centre and Larbert High School. However, an expression of interest was submitted for community asset transfer by the Stennismuir Gymnastics Club. Since January, officers have worked with Stennismuir Gymnastics Club to understand their CAT proposals and have received a first draft CAT application and business plan, and would like to thank the club for this submission. At this point in time, the CAT application is not in a position to be validated in line with the requirements of the Community Empowerment Act, and feedback has been provided to the Stennismuir Gymnastics Club on further information required. However, the report today is not seeking approval for a community asset transfer of the property. The report today is seeking approval for the relocation of Falkirk Council Gymnastics provision to the Mariner Centre and Larbert High School. This recommendation is based on a robust assessment of the submitted CAT application and business plan provided by Stennismuir Gymnastics Club. The assessment by officers has highlighted concerns for the delivery of Falkirk Council Gymnastics provision under a CAT model due to unbudgeted costs, uncertainty of access and the capacity to deliver our gymnastics programme, as well as the fact that Falkirk Council would no longer be in control of the venue which its gymnastics programme is dependent. While officers are encouraged by the prospect of an asset transfer of the facility, the primary driver is to ensure that the provision of the council gymnastics programme, with currently 964 users, needs to be secured. The current position is that officers cannot provide a high level of assurance of staying at the centre. The proposed relocation of Falkirk Council Gymnastics provision to the Mariner Centre and Larbert High protects the delivery of the gymnastics programme, avoids disruption for the 964 users, improves accessibility and opportunity for those with additional support needs, creates more programme capacity and delivers the agreed SPR saving. The relocation ensures best value and a financially responsible approach and makes better use of the core retained assets that we are already operating. However, we are also very supportive of groups looking to community asset transfer buildings, and officers will continue to work with the club to progress with their community asset transfer, and are confident the club will be financially viable, as we've just heard, without Falkirk Council continuing to operate at Cairn Gymnastics Centre. In addition, as Mr Ketrick said, I welcome the agreement that all fixed apparatus will be left at Cairn Gymnastics Centre to support the club's current operations, which will help with their community asset transfer ambitions. Officers look forward to receiving the CAT application and business plan by October the 1st, whilst continuing to support Falkirk Council's gymnastic provision. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thank you. I'll now go to group leaders and ask if they've got any comment.
No, we have no amendment to this report, given the assurances we've had from officers that the existing community group that's taking it over will have a viable plan. I know that officers have done a lot, and I thank them for that. And they've also kept us all up to date about what's happening. And I have no doubt whatsoever they will continue to support the group to try and make sure there is a successful asset transfer.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Any other group leaders or independent members got any comment? Councillor Spears?
I'm pleased that this has went through smoothly and they don't have the same level of concern that other groups have had. And I'd like to thank Mr Ketrick for having obviously learned from the past, and this has now went smoothly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Bailey Kerr?
No comment.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh?
Thanks, Provost, and I also want to thank officers, and particularly Charlotte and Paul, for the work that they've done, and those in sport and leisure to engage with the group. I think that having brought forward an amendment on this subject in the council back in January, it was really important that this was given a bit more time and focus of attention because of the complexities involved. And I'm really pleased to see the report today and the work that's been done. I think it's perhaps it would be nice if or helpful to the business model perhaps if we could be part of the centre. And I think it is complex because it's been so recently changed in living memory of to a specific gymnastics centre for council run activity. But nonetheless, I think this is the best solution, and I think it was important that those things were explored. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Can we agree the motion?
Agreed.
Happy to agree.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, supporting the long-term future of the Grangemouth Industrial Cluster, and it's pages 47 to 58 in your agenda papers, and the report is taken as read. And there are no amendments submitted, so there will be no debate. So we now open up to questions for officers. Any questions for officers?
Provost.
Councillor Meikle-Johnson.
Thank you, Provost. It's just a brief 2 questions in one, I will say. Just recognising that the report has a lot in it, but a lot of it is focused on the longer term. There's a lot of concern and interest around our communities, particularly in Grangemouth, around the short term. And I just wondered if officers could potentially say a wee bit about what's happening in the here and now, particularly in the work with Scottish Enterprise and indeed with Forth Valley College, to help support the workforce, and if there is any prospect of any news around potential new jobs in the near future.
Mr McGinn.
Thank you, through you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Meikle-Johnson. There are a number of strands, as you can imagine, and identified across this quite detailed report of activity in the short term, but very much looking to the longer term as we transition. In terms of those individuals who are in the unfortunate position of losing their job through the refinery closure, you'll see in section 5.3 to 5.6 details about the intervention and support that the Employment Training Unit have, along with Forth Valley College, Skills Development Scotland and Scottish Enterprise, to ensure there are training opportunities to redeploy those individuals into alternative employment. And the indicators, since the paper was written, are that many of those individuals are finding alternative employment. So there are still some challenges remaining, but there's certainly been lots of support and intervention and training to support those individuals to find alternative levels of employment. In terms of other activities, since this paper was produced, there have been 82 notes of interest inquiries of industrial partners who, on the back of the Project Willow project moving forward. So that's been very encouraging. There's quite a detailed process to go through to determine which of those projects are viable and worthy of support from the National Wealth Fund of £200 million committed from UK government towards that. There's also the £25 million of Scottish Government funding that's been committed. And again, there have been a number of inquiries right across the industrial complex on the INEOS part of the complex and also the Calichem part of the complex. So there's a number of inquiries that the Scottish Enterprise in particular are working through with Scottish Government to determine which of those are most viable and worthy of support. So certainly in terms of the employees, we're looking at doing significant work with them. But in terms of the actual new businesses and the new opportunities for employment, there's a lot of work going on in the background, but in the short term, that's still a challenge without question. But we're very hopeful and positive that there will be opportunities. We clearly have companies like RWE made a statement of intention announcement, working with our planning colleagues on a large hydrogen facility, which will create employment, and there are a number of other inquiries we are dealing with across the Grangemouth area.
If I could briefly come back on a supplementary to that, following the response from Mr. McGuinness, and you indicated that there was a lot that had managed to find alternative employment. Do we know whether or not that's been locally or whether it's out with the district?
I don't have those figures to hand, but I can certainly find them for you. I do suspect a number of those will be finding employment elsewhere outside of the district. I suspect that is the case, but I will get some data for you on that.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. How confident are the Council that these activities will sustain the economic activity in the community in Grangemouth?
Mr. McGuinness.
I think we are as confident as we can be. We are making our best efforts to ensure that the whole public sector is working collectively to bring new businesses and new opportunities to the area. So we are very hopeful, but there are huge challenges ahead because we require industry to step up to bring forward new technologies, new innovation, new businesses to the area. And we are working very hard and doing our best with all partners to achieve that. So that will be challenging, but we are hopeful that we can achieve a just and proper transition for new industries to come to Grangemouth.
Thank you for that answer. Out of all the interest declared following the Project Willow report, how many are directly linked to the project stated in the report?
Unfortunately, I don't have that level of detail on the level of inquiries, but I can secure that from Scottish Enterprise, who are directly involved in that assessment process with government.
Thanks, Michael. How responsive have INEOS been to Project Willow, considering that they own most of the land, if not all the land, where this investment would be delivered on?
So INEOS were directly involved in the project and the commission of the consultants and working with the consultants directly. So I believe they've been deeply involved in the full process.
And do officers have any frustrations about how INEOS have conducted their business following Project Willow?
But personally, I have no issue with INEOS's involvement in the process.
Thank you. And one final question. Speaking to businesses in Grangemouth, the one thing that keeps coming up is the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, and they're saying that that is deterring investments. Is that something that officers have come across?
Through you, Provost. In my experience, that's not something that businesses raise with me directly, and I'm looking at my colleagues and not seeing that being a thing that is highlighted. I think much more emphasis is put on shorter term problems like high utility prices and carbon taxes and the general kind of uncompetitiveness of the UK economy right now. But the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme is something that does need to be a fact and something that's resolved as part of Grangemouth's future, and that's why we're bringing a report later this year that will update elected members on the proposed way forward that we believe is the best way forward for the council.
Thanks for those answers.
Thanks, Councillor Bundy. We'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
Just a quick one, Provost. With regards to page 48, 3.2, regarding the Grangemouth Future Industry Board, have the board decided to have more regular meetings than previously because of the situation we're in, or will it still be the same amount of meetings as previous?
Thank you. Through you, Provost. Certainly, since the announcement, GFIB board has certainly stepped up, in my view. We have many more regular meetings and more involvement from different agencies who are stepping up significantly to support the activities within the GFIB programme board in particular. So yeah, I would argue that they have stepped up more positively and engaged more frequently to try and address some of the challenges we're facing.
And supplementary to do that, since Mr. McGuinness came in, will the minutes, the meetings, are they available for members?
Yeah, yes, I believe the GFIB board meetings are available on the Scottish Government website.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bailey Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I'm going to speak on behalf of a town that's suffering post-traumatic stress. A town that in this interim period before the 200 million for the government, 25 million for the Scottish Government even kicks in. We're going to go through a long-term period where there's going to be a lot of unemployment in the town. There's going to be a lot of people selling up and leaving the town. They're obviously not going to go to Camelon for jobs because they're going to be suffering exactly the same. What we need now is to know exactly how the college is going to retrain these people, and is there an age limit on that training? Because there is a rumour, now that I believe in rumours, that you have to be under a certain age, because who's going to retrain at 60, for instance, that you're not pensionable till 67? Operation Willow, and I hope I've had companies that's contacted me, and let me assure you, the flood protection is a big concern.
Have you got a question, Councillor Spears?
The question is, when does the training start? When does the money start getting spent in the area? And what do we do in the interim period? Because it's going to take 4 or 5 years before anything's built. And we've got to go through all the demolition process as well. Then we have the whole land brownfield sites issues to cover. There's going to be multiple planning to go ahead that will take a great deal of time. What do we do in the interim period? I don't want to see my town die waiting.
Mr. McGuinness.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Provost. There are a number of programmes and projects moving forward at this point in time. So, for example, you mentioned the training at Forth Valley College. They have commenced the Falkirk and Grangemouth Growth Deal project. The Transition Skills Centre is up and running, as identified within 5.3 to 5.6 in the report. They've been doing a number of training exercises, a number of training provision for those who have been made unemployed from the refinery. So there are lots of activities around that area that I have no evidence to suggest that an age is a barrier. Far from that, I believe that the training and support provided by Forth Valley College covers all age ranges, and I'd be surprised if that was not the case, but I don't have any evidence to suggest otherwise. In terms of other activities for the community across Grangemouth, which we're all here to support, the Grangemouth Master Plan, which came to executive the other week, is progressing to look at how we change the fabric of the town. How do we move the town forward positively for the community? The Greener Grangemouth project through the growth deal. We do anticipate to have activities happening in the ground next year. So that's again a commitment for that funding. So there are a number of elements moving forward, but we do recognise there are challenges, and time is up. Time is against us, frankly, and we're doing our very best to try and address the issues and bring forward opportunities for employment. Companies like Syngenta announced a growth on the Calachem site, so job opportunities will be created there. Celtic Renewables are an expanding company again on the Calachem site. We have seen a number of inquiries that will still take time to come to fruition, recognising that, where we believe there will be opportunities for further employment in the future.
I think the key word there was trying, and it is trying, and it's very trying times. I say there is no age barrier to training. You feel there might be an age barrier to employment, because the only company I know that takes on older, experienced people is B&Q.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Will I go to Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. I'm going to ask kind of difficult question. You've said a lot about short term, the long term, what's going to happen. You've said a lot about the companies that are showing an interest. If I were to push you, I think it would be useful to give some kind of a time scale. Are we talking about, when you're talking about the short term, are we talking about a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? When would you, with your knowledge of what's coming forward in terms of offers, in terms of interests, when would you anticipate beginning to see some light at the end of this tunnel?
Mr. McGuinness?
Yeah, thank you. So one example I identified was the RWE commitment to build hydrogen facility within the industrial complex at Grangemouth. That will take 2 to 3 years. So from building a hydrogen facility, that's a short term, 2 to 3 years, longer terms, 10, 15, 20 years. So time horizons for Grangemouth transition is not 1 or 2 years, it is quite a number of years. So the fruits, the commencement of that work will be short term, 1 or 2 years, but the job creation, Councillor Spears mentioned you would have to clear sites, you would have to go through the planning process. They will take time. So I think I don't want to sit here saying that in 3 years' time everything will be fine. It will take a number of years, 5 to 10 years, in my view, before we have potentially the level of jobs that are currently there just now.
Thank you, Convener.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. It's a very welcome report, a very detailed report, but we have to remember this is only a vision. There's very little money attached to this report apart from what's been promised by government. Michael, I believe there's projects due to start next year. Would it be possible to get a list of these projects, the value of them, and a timescale for their completion?
I think you're referring to what was announced, which I mentioned at the last meeting, the executive meeting, the Greener Grangemouth project, where we're looking to get projects happening next year. So there are, we're happy to provide that detail to members of the time frame and the projects involved in Greener Grangemouth moving forward.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And as others have said, it's a very detailed report and follows the report of the executive, which I think have answered many questions that I might have had. So I thank officers for the detail within the report. It was mentioned, and I know Malcolm said there's a report coming on the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme later in the year, but could you comment and give some clarity, because it is essential to the overall strategy of the area, what progress has been made on the funding model for that, because I was quite concerned to hear some recent pronouncements by the Cabinet Secretary as to there being nothing that's actually envisaged or agreed just now.
Mr. Bennett.
Through you, Provost. I think we have had positive discussions with the Scottish Government and we are continuing to engage with them in terms of taking this project forward. I don't want to overly preempt the report that will come forward in the autumn. My sense would be that we will proceed on the agreed 80-20 split of funding that exists for local government. The question is, how much will we commit to in the coming 2 years? You know, you wouldn't try and take on a £600 million scheme, you know, in 2 to 3 years. You would, you know, the approach we're taking is to focus on the residential element and then work out what the most prudent schemes within that to do over the next 10 years. And so the report that comes in the autumn will outline the kind of roadmap that we would propose to go through. What I can't say is that we have a kind of signed agreement with the Scottish Government yet, because we're still in negotiations with them, and clearly they set their own capital budgets on an annual basis. So, you know, to be fair to them, they need to go through a process now that we've settled on a approach of how to make this happen. And you know, like I say, we're really keen to update council in the autumn with a report.
I'm grateful to Mr. Benny for that answer, so I'm looking forward to the report. I'm a bit concerned, if I'm honest, to hear about we'll go back with the 80-20 split model as the base assumption. I had thought in previous meetings, and it had been said that that's a completely inappropriate way for us to be able to fund a scheme of this scale. There's, you know, and as you see, even if we scale it piece by piece, or pick bits out of it, it's still going to be a huge capital cost. There was mention of a task force model, a Team Scotland approach. I think it was quoted last year, over 12 months ago. What does this task force consist of, and how has it met? It doesn't seem to be a lot of progress on this situation at all.
Mr. Kirkby.
Provost, the 80-20 split is the established principles for flood defence schemes nationally. It is always the starting point of any discussions. Clearly, the wider scale of the Grangemouth project represents a challenge not only to the council in terms of that level of pure capital expenditure, but also to the Scottish Government in terms of pure capital expenditure. So there will need to be consideration in the longer term as to how we would look to fund the whole scheme. But certainly the discussions that we're having at the moment with the Scottish Government as part of that task force work is trying to concentrate on what we can do in the more shorter term, what things we can action. I would also point out that there is the local inquiry coming up into the flood scheme, and that is part of the statutory process. So for us to then maybe perhaps jump ahead is maybe a bit, we're maybe trying to preempt the outcome of that hearing, so I wouldn't want to prejudice that hearing, hence why we will have that up-to-date report coming after recess.
Mr. Murphy, are you okay with it?
Well, I've got a follow-up question on that, because as Mr. Keswick says, the statutory process is still ongoing, and that established in effect what the scheme will be, what the scheme will take, and whether that is the final iteration. I suppose my concern is that if we have to make changes or decide what we need to prioritise out of what is a fully designed scheme that's been consulted on, that's gone through that formal process, if we don't know what we're able to fund or not, will that not mean that we'll have to effectively go back out to consultation or to look at redesign, or are we saying no, absolutely?
Mr. Murphy, do you have another question?
That is my question, Provost. I am asking a question. My question is, if there will be, following the statutory process, the situation where we have to make amendment because we don't know if we can fund it all, will that not mean a re-engagement of the statutory process to change the design of the scheme? Or are we just accepting part of it as being the scheme?
Mr. Bain?
Through you, Provost. I'm feeling uncomfortable going into additional detail on this particular item when it isn't a part of today's agenda and it doesn't form a significant part of the report that we've brought. I assure councillors I will be bringing forward a report in the autumn that will answer hopefully all questions that elected members have, and I'm happy to engage fully in that process as we come. There will not be a situation where elected members are setting budgets where they're not clearly cited on what the issue is with this project.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. If there are no further questions, we'll now go to administration to move the motion.
Thank
Councillor
you,
Meikle.
Provost. I just want to thank officers for pulling together the overview of the various strands of work that's going on in the Grangemouth cluster right now. It's been no mean task to do that. The report gives updates on the support that this council and partners are progressing across the Grangemouth industrial complex in light of the recent job closures and job losses. What cannot be denied is that the district as a whole is feeling the impacts, not just of the premature closure of Scotland's only refinery, but the impacts of the changes in the petrochemical industry, not just in Grangemouth, but also the recent announcement around Alexander Dennis and bus manufacturing in Scotland. Over the years, the industrial complex has gone through a number of changes with the right support and collective action. We are very hopeful we can meet the challenges of this latest and significant net zero transition. There are factors that have global factors that have been cited as influencing decisions made by private companies, market pressures, Brexit, carbon, and other tax decisions, to name but a few. And this is how we have got into the position we have. It is, however, important that the message that manufacturing in Scotland is still a key part of our economic strategy, and that the policy and regulatory levers across both Scottish and UK government are aligned to support that. It had been indicated that the refinery would close previously, and it has been talked about for a number of years. Hence the Falkirk and Grangemouth Growth Deal and Granger Future Industries Board, from its initial inception, was focused around enabling transition, innovation and development of new skills and technologies over the lifetime of the deal. Unfortunately, decisions taken out with our control has brought the need to focus much earlier than anticipated. There's a great deal of uncertainty in the global economy at the moment, with little prospect of that changing in the near future, but the Council can and is doing its bit. This report highlights how we continue to work in partnership with both governments and with industry to set the parameters for local economic growth, to preserve and grow jobs in the immediate and in the longer term. The recent published Project Willow report, with funding aligned, is a good example of how things can move forward when partners work together, and I'm looking forward to seeing these commercial opportunities being brought forward over the coming months and years. As a result, there is a need to accelerate programmes where it is possible, while recognising that a number of the projects around the development of new technologies, in particular, those that will deliver energy security, will take time, but also to address the pressures of a need to act now to support those whose current jobs are coming to an end, into alternative employment and retain a highly skilled workforce. As councillors, we can continue to support Grangemouth by ensuring that the message that Grangemouth is very much open for business and actively moving forward with plans to attract new businesses, and this message is loud and clear. There's strong support for Grangemouth to remain a key player in Scotland's economy, but with a greener, more sustainable focus. The recently published UK Industrial Strategy recognised the importance of Grangemouth, as does the Scottish Government's Just Transition Plan. The Council is also progressing the Grangemouth Spatial Vision Master Plan along with Greener Grangemouth programme as part of our growth deal. People want to see real and visible progress, and I'm pleased to see their support highlighting the progress in bringing forward skills programmes such as the Skills Transition Centre at Forth Valley College, which is now in the delivery stage, along with Forth Port's Trace project that will ensure that local people can access future job opportunities. I want to thank all our partners for joining us in this concerted effort to address the challenging transition we face across the industrial complex, and importantly for our communities. I'd like to thank officers again for bringing this detailed report to us today, and look forward to working intensely to make sure that we deliver for Grangemouth and indeed for the Scottish economy.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Meikle. John, do you have a seconder? Councillor Garner?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Happy to second.
Thank you. I'll now go to the group leaders. Have any comment?
No, just thank you to the officers for this welcome report that gives us at least some idea that there's a future coming. The loss of jobs in Grangemouth, Alexander Dennis and other parts of the area are really very, very concerning. And I thank officers both for the report and for the work that they're doing to work with partners to try and encourage interest in bringing industry into the area. It's really important work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. The long-term future of Grangemouth is important to Falkirk District, as Grangemouth is seen as being vital important, not just for Scotland, but for the UK as well. But it's a short-term future that worries most people, officers and elected members, and especially the people in the area. So it's not going to be a quick fix, but I'm sure when things are ready to happen, I've confidence in our officers that they'll come forward with the plans and enable us to talk to our constituents. And this is what we see for the future. Thanks.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. Councillor Spears.
Okay, history teaches us a very valuable lesson. I look at Bathgate when British Leyland left, Motherwell and Ravenscraig left. I don't want to get into a Proclaimer song here, but these places have never recovered. So the loose words like hopefully and partners working together, this was sprung on us when we all know they've known for years what was coming. My concern just now is the here and now, and the here and now is the interim period. And communities can be destroyed or eradicated in that interim period because people will move on, because people need to survive, and they survive through work. And if there's no work, then there's no community. So I would like to see us be more proactive and start getting things up and running as soon as possible, rather than we wait 10 years and somebody writes a song about how bad the area is.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Any independent members got any additional comment? No. Can we agree the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. Agenda item 7, NHS Forth Valley Population Health and Care Strategy, pages 59 to 97 of your agenda papers. And I'm going to invite Mrs Woodcock to provide an overview of the report.
Thank you, Provost. So the NHS Forth Valley Population Health and Care Strategy seeks to consider population health from its widest perspective, and part of that includes consideration by Falkirk Council today to inform their final strategy. So the draft strategy sets out the following long-term vision. So as a population health and care organisation, we aim to improve health and well-being of everyone living in Forth Valley by preventing people from becoming unwell, reducing inequalities and making the best use of resources available to achieve better outcomes. The strategy recognises the reduction in life expectancy and healthy life expectancy and widening of health inequalities across Scotland. The strategy also recognises that there are many wider influences and drivers that impact on population health, as well as the provision of health services for people. Indeed, there is evidence to show that the direct health and social care input contributes to only 20% of a person's health and well-being, the social, economic and environmental factors contributing to 50% of a person's health and well-being. The draft strategy aims to improve the health of the entire population of Forth Valley and highlights the need to change the way that things are currently done to ensure that funding, services and efforts are targeted where they'll have the greatest benefits. At the current stage of the strategy development process, there's no detailed delivery plans. It's intended that partners take a collaborative approach, working together to identify actions to contribute to the attainment of the vision. The formal consultation period has actually ended, but NHS Forth Valley agreed to receive a later input from Falkirk Council, recognising the dates of this particular meeting, and this emphasises the value that NHS Forth Valley places on the input from the Council. So I've also got, along with myself, Tom Cowan, who's Head of Strategic Planning and Transformation, is also here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll just open up for any questions. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a little bit about, first of all, strategy is excellent, but what does that mean in reality? And I appreciate there's probably more work to be developed on that, but I'm really just looking for some tangible examples of how this particular strategy could make a real difference. And I'll just use it for example, in tackling obesity. And strands of work that may come from that, and to how then Falkirk Council could then feed into that, perhaps through sport and leisure, etc. So I'm just wondering if maybe get a wee bit more around that, so that it makes it a wee bit more realistic and tangible for us in understanding.
Okay, starting back to yourself, Mrs. Woodcock, or is that Mr. Cowan?
Thank you, Provost, through yourself, and Tom, Mr. Cowan might want to come in to add some more details. So I think one tangible example of this working in practice is our current project around shifting the balance of care. So this is a project which covers the whole of Falkirk and NHS Forth Valley, and it seeks to address the challenges of people who are delayed in their discharge from coming home. So we recognise that the right care at the right time at the right place is the best thing that we want for people, and to help people get home as quickly as possible to maximise their independence. Unfortunately, the number of people who are delayed in their discharge, and Falkirk people have been consistently quite high and variable. So during this year, NHS Forth Valley has agreed to transfer resource across to the partnership to support social care provision for people who need that in the community. The project's very early stages, but that's a real tangible example of resource shifting across partners to allow the best outcomes for people in Falkirk. The early indications of the project are that we are managing to support more people to come out of hospital at the right time, recognising that actually extended stays in a hospital environment when people don't need clinical care isn't good for the individual, and can sometimes lead to higher ongoing care requirements. So I think that's probably a really quite a good current example of this kind of work in action. I don't know if Mr. Cowan would want to add anything else in relation to that.
Mr. Cowan?
Yeah, very briefly, Provost, through yourself. I think one of the kind of key elements here is that often people see the NHS as quite a reactive organisation, understandably so. It reacts to whatever problems we as individuals or collectively have. I think one of the key tenets here is that becoming a population health organisation is not just a statement, it's an absolute message of it sees itself part of the whole population. And that in tangible terms means an awful lot of what we see slightly in the distance in relation to public health or health improvement is now very much embedded in our community delivery. And I think there are significant opportunities there for it to integrate more fuller into primary care, for example, or other work within communities in terms of promoting and tangibly becoming involved with individuals in terms of their health and well-being. So I think there are really good opportunities here, and from an officer point of view, very much to be welcome.
Thanks very much, Mr. Cowan. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
I have a very simple question. When will people regain trust in our health service?
Mrs. Woodcock, if you want to answer that, it's a kind of general question.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question that assumes that there isn't that trust in our health system at the moment. I think our health system delivers significant positive outcomes to people every single day. The workforce there is absolutely committed to supporting people when in need. There are sometimes challenges, and sometimes everything doesn't go as well as we would like it to go for the benefit of people. But I think the workforce within NHS Forth Valley and the broader workforce within the partnership work exceptionally hard every day to do the very best, and we receive some really positive feedback from individuals who receive the right care that they need.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cowan?
In answer to that then, why do we have to wait 62 days before we can even progress with any cancer treatment when Scotland has some of the highest cancer rates in the UK?
I don't think that's relevant to this discussion, Councillor Spears.
Relevant.
Okay, so we'll move on to Councillor Bundy.
Thanks, Provost. At point 3.8 on page 62, it says that there are no detailed actions or delivery plan. That being a quote. Every strategy that I've been involved in and I've read usually has a delivery plan. So why is this one not got a delivery plan?
Mr. Cowden.
Through yourself, Provost, happy to answer that. It's a very pertinent question, Councillor. I think what the NHS are trying to do here is signal the beginning and recognition of a journey that they're on in terms of becoming a population health organisation. And of course, that therefore means that they're not suggesting for a moment that they have the answer and all the solutions, and that they are therefore not defining how those solutions are reached. They are now reaching out and visibly doing so with ourselves and with all the other partnerships into collaborating on what will become a meaningful action plan and a delivery plan. So at the moment, what they're saying is, this is what we see and we have collectively identified as the key themes. We all need to now work together to make a really coherent delivery plan that becomes then sustainable and impactful in our communities.
Thank you for that answer. And being more linked to the recommendations, especially 2.2, will the Council be submitting a formal response? Who will write this if it is, and who will be sending it?
Mr. Woodcock.
So I believe there's a motion for Council to consider today, and if Council accept that, that will be submitted to NHS Forth Valley.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bundy. We'll now go to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. In relation to the best use of resources we have available, I'd like to state, I think some people know I've been in hospital this year, had 2 spells of, I think a lot of people know that I've been in hospital this year, 2 spells of 6 days. That gave me a great opportunity to speak to nearly everybody in hospital. That's supporters, that's the domestic, that's the nurses, that's the doctors, and that's the consultants. I have to say, all of them said there was challenges within the hospital. As a matter of fact, I was really grateful to be in hospital, or I could have died, as a matter of fact. They're all very kind, and the work they do, I have to commend them for the work that they do, as a matter of fact. But regarding in a holistic approach, ask the question to them all, is there a significant increase in respiratory illnesses and other illnesses after COVID? To them all. And the doctors and the nurses all agreed, yes, there was a significant increase of patients coming into hospital because of that. So the crux of my question is, what does that mean with the allocation of resources, knowing that there has been an increase after COVID with a lot of respiratory illnesses? Thank you.
Mrs. Woodcock.
Thank you, through yourself, Provost. So I don't have the data around the increase, so I couldn't comment on that. I think in general there is a higher level of demand. There's a higher acuity that people are noticing over the last few years. I think that trend started before the COVID pandemic, and I think that is adding to the pressures around the supply and demand, if I use that terminology. So I think that's why the strategy in terms of placing prevention as a key tenet is really important in terms of how we collectively as a whole system, and NHS Forth Valley in their responsibilities, help support people in their communities remain well and healthy as for as long as possible, making sure that we have the right pathways in place for people to receive early support where that's required, and hopefully to prevent escalation and the need for hospital admission where that's possible.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Binney. It's good to see you looking much better. Any other questions? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I've got serious concerns about what's in front of us today. And I'm going to hold my hands up and say that I haven't read this report. I've got serious concerns. You might think that's a peculiar statement to make. It comes around from personal experience, only happened within the last week, 10 days or so. Provost, you're well aware of it. Councillor Kelly, you're well aware of it. We had something highlighted to us, and when that was highlighted to us, we asked numerous questions of our health colleagues. We've yet to receive an answer to that, to those questions. A meeting was going to be set up where we could potentially discuss that. Due to commitments, yourself, Provost, myself, Councillor Kelly, that meeting couldn't take place, and we've now been offered a response to the questions we've raised within 2 weeks. That's unacceptable. As you will all be aware, when you come in this morning, they were very concerned.
Do you have a question?
I do have a question, Provost. We just heard from Mr. Cowan that the NHS are signalling a journey. When problems are identified, how will these be addressed? Concerns in the community, how will they actually be addressed by the NHS and the IJB when specific problems are identified? How will they be addressed?
Woodcock.
Thank you, and through yourself, yeah. So absolutely, our engagement with the local community is really key around this. And in terms of, I think Councillor McCabe is referring to some of the budget decisions that were taken by IJB in March, and colleagues will be aware that we undertook an extensive engagement exercise as part in the run-up to that. So we engaged online, but not only did we engage online, we went out to spaces and places where members of the community naturally met to speak to them about what they thought about the proposals that were developing at that point in time. We recognise that there's always more engagement to be done, and we strive to continue to improve on that. In relation to as issues arise, we try to resolve them in a collaborative manner with the people who are affected, and we will always take that approach, that person-centred approach. I understand in terms of the questions that were asked, we have offered a meeting. I know the date of the meeting didn't suit, and we're happy to organise that meeting at a date that is suitable for those colleagues who wish to meet to respond. We're also, in recognition of some of the feedback we've had around keeping elected members up to date on what's happening. Again, some members will recall we did have an elected members briefing in advance of the IJB setting its budget in March. We intend to do those briefings on a regular basis, so people can come along. We'll provide updates of progress and plans, and it'll provide an opportunity for elected members to ask any questions. Over and above that, if elected members do have any questions, they're always welcome to reach out to ourselves.
Okay, thanks very much, Mrs. Woodcock. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks for the answer. Leading on from that answer, you spoke about engagement with the community being key. You talked about extensive engagement and extensive engagement online. Councillor Hannah at the last IJB identified that extensive engagement online resulted in two responses. Can I ask the question? Who responded? Can you identify the two? You don't have to name them, but can you identify who the two responders were?
Mrs. Woodcock.
Thank you, through yourself, Provost. So in terms of the engagement we undertook in relation to the IJB budget setting, just to confirm that there was 258 people responded to the online survey. In addition, more than 460 people engaged through the various in-person engagement sessions I mentioned as well. So collectively, that's over 700 people participated in that. We do recognise we'd like to improve on that, but we do feel that was a good proportion of the community, albeit we can always go further, and we really want to hear the voices of people in communities.
Thank you for that answer. As you heard, Councillor Hannah at the last IJB meeting stated that there was only 2 responses. This follows up to my question to Mr. Cowan about how we address problems when they arise, where we do have a lack of engagement, a lack of response to alleged engagement. What do we do about it? How can we correct the deficit in that? Provost, I'm very concerned. I'm genuinely really concerned about this, and I think we need to be looking deeper into problems that are arising from proposals, which, as far as I'm concerned, in actual fact, some of the budget savings which have been alluded to are actually only going to be short-sighted, because further down the line, we are going to have to try and find extra money to try and fund some of the services that we're providing here.
Councillor McCabe, do you mind if Mr. Moody comes in and says a few words?
Sure. Thanks, Provost.
Provost, I'm just conscious of the issue of relevance of questions and contributions to the item of business that is in front of you today, which is the consultation response to the NHS Forth Valley's population strategy. This isn't an opportunity to revisit the budget decisions made by the Integration Joint Board, which I think we're in danger of maybe straying into in relation to the current line of questioning. So I just make that point, Provost, that questions should be relevant to the item of business before us.
Fair point.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. I do accept everything that you say there, Colin. What I would point out specifically on the report in front of us, you turn to page 66, it tells you community first. I'm questioning, we're not putting the community first. It then goes to page 25, where value-based healthcare is referred to. We are failing in value-based healthcare. We're looking at financial-based healthcare. And finally, critically, in the specific instance, I'm talking about our workforce. It refers to our workforce. We are in the process of privatising some of the services.
Sorry, but this is a session for questions. There's been some very long statements made.
Here's a question. Are we going to have a good look and challenge the report that's in front of us today? I'll leave it at that, Provost. It obviously upsets some people.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Provost. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
We'll go to Billycare next.
Excuse me, Provost, I've been trying to get in for some
sorry,
time.
Councillor Hannah.
Sorry, and I think given that Councillor McCabe has named me twice there and made reference to things that I didn't say, or at least that took certain statements of mine out of context, I would appreciate the opportunity to respond to that first. I did make reference to there being 2 responses, but that was not in the context of suggesting the entire consultation had 2 responses. It was in relation to a small part of the consultation process. And I think it's important to get that on the record. Anyone who wants to hear the things that I said at the IJB can go back and look at it, but I'm not going to go back over everything that was on at the IJB. What I would like to do is focus on the actual strategy that we have here, which is what we're here to discuss. I really appreciate this strategy. I think it is very important the way in which the emphasis is being moved towards prevention and early intervention. Those are the key things that are, I think, important about the strategy. And I don't think a strategy is about the way saying this is the way that the NHS works at the moment. It's about, as Mr. Cowan was saying earlier, it's about looking at the future. But the question I have is particularly relating to funding. We have, if we are going to move to supporting work in the community, if we're going to move towards prevention, and by the way, that clearly is the way we have to go. We want to keep people out of hospital and get them out of hospital and back into their own homes. And I really appreciate the work that's gone into the project that Gail referred to earlier on about getting people out of hospital. But how are we going to move the funding is because the strategy has to include looking at the funding opportunities. We have seen over the recent years that funding in primary care has dropped from 11% of the NHS budget to 6% of the NHS budget. Can Mrs. Woodcock say a bit more about the fund, and possibly Mr. Cowan, about the funding opportunities in moving things? Gail already made reference to moving funding for this care at home project, but that's only one small bit.
Mrs. Woodcock.
Thank you. And again, through yourself, Provost, so the strategy, as we've alluded to, sets the future direction. And I would stress this is a draft strategy and it's yet to be finalised and approved. In terms of the focus on early intervention and prevention, I agree it's really welcome, and hopefully we'll see that in the final strategy. I think in terms of if that is in the final strategy, the strategy then sets the direction for decision making within NHS Forth Valley, and that will include decision making around how their totality of their funding is allocated. That being said, we all know how difficult it is to shift funding from responding to urgent need to working in and supporting people to live well independently for as long as possible, that early intervention and prevention. So I think that's a really difficult thing. I think that the things that we're doing, for example, the project around shifting the balance of care it helps to build the confidence around actually if we do shift resource from one place to another further into the community, that has a positive impact in terms of the pressures of the hospital. So I think the work we're doing, the evaluation around the work will help to shape further future direction and decisions that will in due course come to NHS Forth Valley to take. So it helps make that shift, but it won't be easy because obviously we have a very full hospital. We have lots of people in the community who need health services and quite need health services that can only be provided in an acute hospital setting. So in order to shift that and is really tricky. But if we can make early inroads, if we can create that collaborative work across our whole system and see the benefits and evidence the benefits of that, I think it's really important. That will help that to happen.
Thank you. I wonder if Mr. Cowan could just add to that in relation to the primary care.
Thank you very much, Provost. Yeah, some members may not realise I'm also head of primary care for Forth Valley, so there's a duality in my role there. So obviously, I take a very keen interest in what's happening in the primary care world. I think one of the significant, again, signals within this strategy is about value-based health and care. And whilst we might immediately lead to value being relating to the cost and the monetary value, there's another element here that it is signalling, which is the value in terms of the impact. And that really does relate to prevention and early intervention. And the value that people get from that responsiveness at the earliest possible stage before it escalates to the extent to which people end up in secondary care or much more complex care. So I think there are good indications here. It is, of course, an intention. It's a strategy. It's a strategic intentions document at this stage. but I think it does really begin to signal that whilst it would be complex to shift financial resources from responsive interventions to prevention, I think a lot of what's in here does give that indication of intent, and it seems to be getting backed by everybody.
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Cowan. We'll now go to Falkirk.
Provost, just before you move on, could I offer my sincere apologies to Councillor Hannah? I did not mean to impugn any misdeeds by Councillor Hannah, and any misinterpretation is entirely of my own, and I do apologise to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. I'm sure that'll be well received.
Apology accepted.
Thank you. Falkirk.
Thanks, Provost. On the top of page 70, where it states our priorities, there's 6 priorities: knowing our population, preventing ill health, working collaboratively, community first, value-based health and care, and our workforce. Looking back over to page 71, while this strategy is overarching plan for NHS Forth Valley, it is underpinned by our plans such as mental health and wellbeing strategy plan, digital health, caring strategy, and quality strategy. Will these 6 priorities link into every one of these overarching plans for the NHS?
Mrs. Woodcock.
So there's actually 5 priorities, but there's 6 sections in the strategy. So I'm just wanted to clarify that. I'm just wondering if Mr. Cowan might want to comment on that further.
Okay, Mr. Cowan.
Thank you, Provost. Again, obviously these are at this stage an intent, and in terms of the wanting to be a population health organisation and seeing themselves in that place. The elements here are not to simply describe the NHS's policies and strategies. It's to say there needs to be an alignment in here with all of the community aspects and preventative aspects to strategic intent, including mental health, etc. So again, I suppose it's the moment in time in which this document is saying it's because it's an NHS document, it's perhaps easy to see it as only describing NHS specific activity. But it is a reach in to say we can't see ourselves in isolation now. We have to see ourselves as collaborating and integrated in with all other aspects of strategic intent. So it is meant to be all encompassing, but at the same time, there is not an intent to make any assumptions about other people's element of contribution, including the council, including community partnerships, everything.
Thanks very much to both of these. And my last question is on page 91. The Rapid Cancer Diagnostic Centre. Obviously, it's already been mentioned regarding the length of time people have been waiting. So what's been happening a lot is people have been going, or 1 in 3 people with cancer are not diagnosed through this route. It mentions about the Forth Valley Rapid Cancer Diagnosis Centre opening in spring 25. Is this at Forth Valley Hospital, or where is this Rapid Cancer Diagnostic Centre going to be?
Mr. Cowan, you want to take that?
Thank you, Provost. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not close enough to that aspect of secondary care. I don't know if perhaps
Mrs. Woodcock.
Yeah, so I understand it is within Forth Valley Royal, but what I would offer is that we could maybe get a briefing note to circulate to provide a little bit more information for members on that one.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Because it's a vital part of today's society. So thank you very much, yes.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Kelly.
Sorry, Councillor McCabe took up most of what I was going to say. But if the strategy is prevention and keeping people out of hospital, how is reducing the number of housing with care complexes help with this? We're keeping elderly people healthy and out of hospital, or help with bed blocking in the NHS. How does this help with their mental health, their well-being? Surely we need more housing with care complexes, not less.
Mrs. Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you, and through yourself, Provost. So just to confirm that what we've done in relation to the housing with care complex is changing the model of care. So there will still be people living in that complex receiving good quality care, but the model will be a different model that supports us to provide the right care at the right time to people across Falkirk within the resources that are available.
Well, basically, I mean, what you're doing is changing that complex to a home care situation rather than housing with care. We're getting rid of 11 members of staff that look after the people that are in the complex. They should be organising events for the residents.
Councillor Kelly, I don't think that's, we're straying into a particular subject.
It's part of the strategy, is it not, if we're shutting down these things? If the strategy is prevention and keeping people out of hospital, then we've got to keep them lively, we've got to keep them moving, we've got to keep them mentally, look after their mental well-being, and closing down any amount of housing with care complexes. And that's what it is. It's become not housing with care, but home care. But yeah, okay.
I think we've been offered a chance to get questions on that, so I think we'll get that. So if there are no further questions, Councillor Redmond.
Just a quick one. Could you maybe speak about how the council could engage with this strategy through, for example, with sport and leisure offering or education, and what role we have to make sure that it's a population health strategy, and so the council be a partner, but could you speak about the council and other partners, specifically us? How can we be involved in other partners as well? What role will they play?
Thank you again, Provost. Again, a very good question. I suppose the simple answer to it is for the council to embrace the opportunity. I think colleagues in NHS were nervous about stuff like this. It implies that they're taking the lead, that they're making all the decisions, that they're kind of driving the whole thing. But what they are trying to do is to say, actually, we recognise that we hold many levers, but not all of the levers, in terms of creating a much more constructive approach to population health. And therefore, they would wish to embrace every opportunity, every offer, and for them not to be in charge of this, but collaborating with the council, with other community partners, with our wider community, with the third independent sector, with everybody who is a stakeholder in the Falkirk area and wants to get involved and who wants to be interested. So I think that's the position they are taking. So very much if the council are up for this, which I strongly suspect it would be, they would be very much open to any contribution.
Thanks. And maybe just a question the officer side. If we pass this strategy today, what actions will you take going forward to make sure that we implement this and try and tackle some of the things set out in this, for example, childhood obesity or getting people into a more healthy lifestyle?
Mrs. Woodcock.
Thank you, and through yourself, Provost. Yes, so I think it's about how we work together, and I think it's really, if I just pull you back to the highlight in terms of what impacts on the health and well-being of the population, only 20% is impacted on by health and social care services. 50% is about social, economic and environmental factors. So given the council's role around the provision of those areas, so thinking about good quality housing, thinking about good quality or open spaces that allows people to be physically active, the provision of sport and recreation, the environment through our education system, all of these factors are really, really important in helping people to be as healthy and well as possible. So I think at an officer level, we already have those conversations. So this is not about, you know, changing that. We will continue to think and work together to think about what's our collective ambition around helping our population to be as healthy and well as possible. There's also a key linkage into our community planning partnership as well, and how we focus on key priorities there, and again that collective responsibility and opportunity to help improve outcomes for people.
Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. We look forward to this coming forward.
Thanks
Hopefully
very
we can
much.
make some progress.
Thanks, Councillor Redmond. If there are no further questions, we'll now go to Councillor Colley to move the administration's motion.
Thank you very much, and I think we can see how important this is by the number of questions and comments that members have. I don't intend to say much, and quite often I say that and then say loads, but I do intend not to say too much. I really welcome the strategy about improving the lives of people across Forth Valley, including in Falkirk. I think I've been many reports in the council from the IJB, and I've noted some of the challenges, not only in meeting rising demand in an ageing population, but doing so on a sustainable basis. And I would point you to page 75, which talks about people aged 75 are expected to and over are expected to increase by 80%, and there's a 21% increase in the number of people living with long-term conditions. So there's many challenges in being able to meet that demand on a sustainable basis. To do this in the long term, we must address the significant health inequalities that too many of our communities experience, inequalities that are experienced disproportionately by those facing deprivation and poverty, homelessness, or from a Black or minority ethnic community. And there's a 24-year gap in the time spent in good health between those in the most affluent areas in our district and those in the most deprived areas, and we must do something to address that. All parties, and I'm not talking political parties here, I'm talking public bodies and the third sector, have a key role to play in bringing about the changes we require, not just about making our health and care services sustainable, but also about bringing about improvement in the lives of all of our citizens. In Falkirk, this emphasises the key role of Falkirk Council, working alongside our HSCP, health colleagues, community planning partnership, third and community sector, and individuals themselves to bring about the actions that support healthier lives. For Falkirk Council, many of these actions will not just be about changes to health and care services themselves, but in key priority areas for the council. For example, reducing poverty, building more social housing, delivering early years and support for education, tackling hunger and food insecurity, supporting our communities to develop, supporting our rural villages, ensuring our communication reaches all communities, and developing leisure services closer to people such as in our high schools. To this end, I've suggested that the Council both welcomes and endorses the strategy, but also seeks regular reports on the actions developed and progress from Council officers, the HSCP, NHS Forth Valley. As a partnership and as individual elected members, information communication is key as is understanding on our part how this fits with existing strategies and how we measure to ensure that as a council we are making a difference in areas of activity we take on. So I'm suggesting that we welcome and endorse the 5 priorities. I won't read them out, and the collaborative approach, and the recognition that developing the actual actions that will underpin this will involve all of us, including Falkirk Council. In agreeing the strategy, I've suggested that Falkirk Council officers provide a report to future council meetings on how these actions developed by the council to support the delivery of the plan are incorporated into the council strategies and planning, particularly in areas like education, housing, reducing poverty, employment and the environment, and should set out how prevention and improving health and well-being will be communicated across all our channels and methods to residents in the area. We have a big reach and we have the opportunity to really support our citizens. And the director of Falkirk HSCP provides a report to future council meeting of how actions developed by the HSEP will support the delivery of the plan and how these will be incorporated into core strategic and locality plans. And the partnership has developed a locality plan for Central, is just completed the locality plan for the East, and will be developing one for the West about how we work in individual areas to tackle some of the challenges. But critically, we've all got a stake in this. You know, we all want to know about how health and well-being is going to be improved for people that we represent, so that there is updated briefings for elected members on the actions from NHS Forth Valley, and an annual briefing thereafter, so that we can really understand that the population health and care strategy is delivering for the people of this area. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Colley. You have a second, though? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. I welcome the strategy and I look forward to the future reports as laid out in the motion, and I therefore formally second Councillor Colley.
Thanks, Councillor Bowes. Officers have taken a note of the comments that were made during the discussion. So I'll just ask Councillor Colley if you're content to incorporate these comments into your motion.
I think they follow the discussion that we had around communication, about engagement, about prevention. So I think they would certainly form part of the information, and the council has asked for I think the opportunity for comments.
Okay, thank you. Can we agree the motion?
Agreed.
Thank you. We'll now take a 15-minute comfort break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll now move to agenda item 8, no place in politics, tackling abuse and intimidation. It's pages 98 to 117 on your agenda papers. And again, the report is taken as read. And there is an amendment that's been received, so there will be a debate. So we'll now open it up to questions to officers. Anybody got any questions? Councillor Murtagh.
Robert, before I ask questions of officers, I just sometimes these things, I know you've said that there's going to be a debate because there's an amendment. Can I just clarify with the mover of the amendment that they really do intend to put this as an amendment, or whether they have reconsidered?
Councillor Bundy?
No, I haven't withdrawn it.
Okay, well, I'll have questions, but I'll let others go.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for officers? No. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. I'm really surprised of all the item agendas that there are, and there is a debate on this one today. I'd like to maybe ask officers a few questions then in terms of the report. Obviously, throughout the report, and this was produced as a consequence of the sounding board, all members, there were independent members and all members of political party on this sounding board, were there not?
Mr. Moody.
Yes, Provost, that's correct. The three political groups were represented along with an independent member.
Thank you. Obviously, in reading the content of the report, particularly things like 5.10, it indicates that there was more or less unanimity, or in on the question of mandatory training. I wonder if officers can comment whether what's been, because that's obviously contradicted by the amendment, that perhaps can explain the kind of content of what was discussed, and whether there was agreement amongst the sounding board members as to this approach that we've put forward as recommendations.
Mr. Perry.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Yes, this did come up at the sounding board, and yes, there was agreement across the board that mandatory training was something that should be recommended to council.
Thank you. That was certainly my recollection. I'm just trying to pick out, in terms of, if we look at 5.9 in the report, which talks about the Joe Cox Commission and the LGA note that abuse disproportionately impacts women, as well as those from minority ethnic backgrounds, LGBTQ+ people and disabled people, ticking a few boxes there. Noting that if people are putting off entering political life, our political institutions become less representative and less effective. I suppose my question to officers is, was that reflected in the discussion? What was the makeup of the committee, of the sounding board, given that issue has been highlighted in the report?
Mr. Perry.
Thanks. So the sounding board was made up of representatives from the groups plus yourself. So it was, as it says in the report, it was Councillor Patterson, Councillor Devine, yourself, and Bailey Kerr took part in that.
Okay. There's other parts of the amendment that sort of reference the kind of no need for mandatory training, which perhaps if you're not in one of those groups, you don't necessarily see the point of. But I just want to sort of ask you, in terms of what a group is, what a political group within council is, do officers require to see disciplinary procedures of those groups, safeguarding procedures of those groups, welfare procedures of this group? Is there in fact any requirement for anything like that within each of the political groups?
Mr. Moody. Mr. Moody.
There's no requirement for council officers to view any of those documents for a group to be formed.
And over and above whether there's a requirement for officers to see them, do they have to have them at all to be a group?
No, not to be constituted as a group within for the purpose of the council's standing orders.
Okay, and to be clear, elected members, because maybe not everybody is particularly aware, elected members are not are not employed. So policies such as bullying and harassment, those we would expect under employment law, which would protect elected members, and things like ability to do public disclosure, they don't apply to elected members, do they?
That's correct. Councillors are office holders. They're neither employees nor workers.
So in summary, that would perhaps mean that if there is no requirement, as you said, for disciplinary procedures, welfare, etc., there's no protections within law, that there's effectively no way to enforce the terms and conditions or otherwise, if you like, of members within groups or external to groups.
Not sure if I entirely follow the question, but if I could make my best effort, the council's policies would not apply in the same way as they would to employees. So those elements wouldn't be relevant. I'm not sure if Councillor Murtagh is moving on then into the internal procedures of groups and how they are enforced. That certainly wouldn't be a matter for the council or its officers.
No. So I want to ask you, in terms of, because it's mentioned in terms of there being the Standards Commission rules, and that we have to sign a pledge and an oath towards that. However, have officers, and this might be Mr. Laurie, might be Mr. Moody, might be Mr. Perry, have members, whether they're within groups or external to groups, but I'll start with just internal to groups, have members from groups come to officers seeking support and advice in relation to circumstances that might be otherwise kind of employment welfare from within their own groups?
That is something that has been raised over the years, yes.
So it's not I'm not asking you to betray any confidences or anything that would be unprofessional or details, but it's not perhaps an uncommon situation for elected members within groups to be able to have to come to officers to seek advice about conduct and their treatment within their own groups.
I think I would simply refer back to my earlier answer. It's an issue that has been raised from time to time over the years.
So obviously the Standards Commission has been referenced. So the Standards Commission rules are there. Of those sorts of issues, and obviously there might be issues which involve members from other groups, from members or none. Do all those issues get referred to standards? Is it sort of common practice that those issues get referred to standards always to deal with the conduct?
I think the short answer to that is no. It's always open for any individual to refer a matter to the Ethical Standards Commissioner. As far as the council is concerned, the issue of the conduct of members is reserved to council. So there isn't an easy or obvious means for an individual officer to refer councillor conduct to the Ethical Standards Commissioner. As a matter of fact, most complaints in relation to councillors which have come to the Ethical Standards Commissioner are often made by other councillors.
Indeed. And that seems to be the main route. And I just want to ask you about that finally, because obviously we've got recent experience of seeing that there could be quite a delay in members taking things to standards and them actually being processed by standards. I don't know if you can outline the process a little bit, but would it be fair to say that an elected member subject to challenging conduct, particularly if it was within their own group, indeed, would be putting themselves in difficulty of having to go through all those details, make them in public, and that is a very difficult process to go through?
I think in terms of the process is to make a complaint to the Ethical Standards Commissioner. The Commissioner will assess whether there is sufficient substance to the complaint before deciding whether to investigate. The investigation process would involve a member of the Commissioner's staff meeting with relevant parties, gathering the information. The Commissioner then takes a view as to whether there is a breach of the code. That is then reported to the Standards Commission, which is a separate body. The Commission then takes a view as to whether to hold a hearing or not, and that can be whether or not the Commissioner has found a breach. And I think there is the important point maybe to stress at that point is that it does become a public hearing, and the fact of the report to the Standards Commission becomes a matter of public record as well.
Thank you.
I think that's probably as much as I can say to outline the process.
Yeah, I mean that's really helpful. I think it gives a bit of a flavour of the difficulties. I just, in terms of the length of the process, because obviously we're less than 2 years till the end of this council term. I know that recent cases have taken maybe 2 years to get through all of those stages, but it's entirely feasible that if there was a conduct complaint, that might not make it to standards by the end of the time that the subject of the complaint was actually a councillor. It might be in the next council term before it could even be heard. Is that fair to say that that's possible?
It's possible. I think it's also important to say that there was, I think, a significant backlog in the Ethical Standards Commissioner's office in recent times, and they have managed to catch up with a lot of the backlog. Yes, but it is fair to say that there has been significant delay in many of the cases going through that process.
I'm grateful to that, and I think in some ways that answer tells its own story, that why there should be such a significant volume and delay in processing it. I'll wait for the debate. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. I'm going to go to Councillor Sinclair.
Some questions now.
Still questions, aye.
It's still questions.
Sorry, Provost, I didn't have a question.
Sorry, that's my misunderstanding. I thought you were signalling that you had a question.
No, I might have just raised my eyebrows or furrowed my brow, sorry.
Right. Any other questions? Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I want to say thank you for this report to the officers who have brought it forward, have put a tremendous amount of work into both leading on the group that brought it forward and doing some of the detail. I wonder if officers could say a little more about the nature of the training that they would envisage bringing forward. As everybody on this council knows, nobody needs to make training mandatory for me. I'll be there no matter what. But I think it's worth saying a little more about the nature of the training we're talking about.
Thank you. Maybe just to go back slightly on the reason for it is that the Joe Cox report and other documents that are referenced in the report, such as the Local Government Association, recognise that abusive behaviour is becoming normalised, and they recognise that while that can be from the public, that can be from many angles. If you imagine like a concentric circle, right at the centre is elected members, and the recommendation is that you should be leaders by example. That your behaviour here affects how the public view council and view its councillors. So the idea is that there'll be training for all members. It will be mandatory so that it's a benchmark for everybody to understand what the expectations are. It will give live examples or recent examples of behaviour within the council, within other councils. It'll provide training on social media. That's an area that's touched on in the report where that's becoming more, it's easier for abuse to take place. It will be on members, about the members' responsibilities. How do you interact in social media? What are your posts like? How do you respond to posts? It'll also bring in, of course, the code of conduct as a central part. But it'll spin out from the code. It'll include live examples. We'll bring in speakers and experts where we can, just to set the expectation for all members that this is what respectful politics looks like, and this is what the council expects from its members. We'll explain in the training as well, because we mentioned in the report here about the role of conveners in managing meetings, the role of members in not just being bystanders when incidents happen at meetings, and there's a collective will of the council to exemplify good behaviour here to the public. If that answers your question fully.
Yes, I think that does. Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Just a wee query to officers, paragraph 5.3 or 5.30. The council holds information which would flag individuals who pose a risk, but this information is not currently available to councillors. Can I just ask what the process would be for an individual who has raised concern? How is that made known to any individual councillor?
Thanks. So just during the review, we were aware that there are different elements of the council that holds different information about contacts with the public, and sometimes in that there might be flags on issues, behaviour, etc. The systems don't all talk to each other just now, and there's issues if we want to allow that information to be spread wider than the officer who needs to deal with it. So, example, to give to councillors, there's just data protection issues that we need to look at just to see whether it's appropriate to share that information, because obviously that information is important. So we just need to bottom out whether we can actually share that and then how we would share it with you.
Okay, I appreciate that, Brian. It was just a wee daft thing that raised concern to me that potentially turning up to a surgery where an individual has been known to the council who may have some ulterior motive. I was just wondering how that was communicated to any councillor. But I do fully understand the whole question of privacy, data protection, and what. Thanks, Brian, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. I'm hoping if officers could just answer a couple of questions for me in relation to the amendment proposed by Councillor Bundy. Point 3, when we talk about the code of conduct and saying that we don't need mandatory training because we do have the code of conduct, can I ask when that was last updated?
And the code of conduct, I think, was last updated in 2023, and it derives from it came into force, I think, in 2001. So it's been with us for some time, but it has been updated a couple of times during the currency of its life.
That's great, and feel free not to answer on this because it maybe lead you to speculate. But is it a fair comment to say then that in the time since it's been last updated, that there are, it is a changing landscape and situations are fast moving and there's different challenges faced? I know that certainly in our role as an elected member, I believe it's quite different now to what it was 10 years ago. I think that it's quite a fast moving role. So would up-to-date training not be appropriate given how fast things do change?
Thank you. I think that's an accurate statement, and it's in this report and in the Joe Cox report that the landscape's moved dramatically over the last few years. I think referencing the code, and the group agreed that while we have a code, a lot of times members maybe think it doesn't apply to them or it's in the back of their mind and it's not me, it's somebody else. So the idea is to kind of lift it off the paper and make this a live issue. The training would focus on that, focus on the code, and the idea behind the pledge was a symbolic statement by the next council that we understand the issues and we are going to abide by them and be leaders by example.
Yeah, so I think, I would surmise that as we can know better and we can do better. Thanks, so I appreciate that, Mr. Perry. And again, I'm not sure which officer this is specifically for, but in terms of point 6 on Councillor Bundy's amendment, when we talk about value for money, is there a calculator
that we can quantify what is value for money versus the cost of well-being for councillors? Or I'm assuming that then that's just up to the individual to decide what they place value on.
Thanks. There's not a sort of value for money indicator on it. I think the recommendation comes from discussion at the sounding board that, and again, following the Joe Cox report, that sometimes there can be a misunderstanding by the public of the role of council and the role of councillors, and any sort of education to help bridge that gap is something that should be followed. It doesn't necessarily need to be an expensive process. It can be by updating our website, and I think we talk in the report about members themselves going out to colleges, schools to talk about their roles, to work with the community. The whole idea is to get a better understanding of your roles so that the public have a better understanding or should have expectations in line with your roles. It's not something we envisage being an expensive exercise. It shouldn't be an expensive exercise at all, but there's no metric for what the value for money for this would be.
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Perry. And I think I'm really glad that you mentioned the fact that members do go out and go to schools and do that type of work, because I know it's something that myself and other councillors do. I actually seen Mr. Bundy recently, Councillor Bundy, recently at an event where we were doing such an exercise. So then it's just, sorry, I'm a bit stuck on that point, and it could still be the concussion talking, but I find that that term value for money when we're talking about tackling abuse it's a hard one for me to get my head around. And then just finally on point 7, when we're asking for council to complete a comprehensive review for the reasons why individuals choose not to stand, am I right in saying that Engender, who are like a third sector organisation, are actually carrying out quite a comprehensive review at this point as well, and it might be more value for money to let them carry out that study and feed into it rather than do one on our own?
Yeah, so there are work streams external to the organisation that are looking at why people choose not to stand. You mentioned Engender, there's Elector as well, and there's a work stream through COSLA. Again, I think it's clear in the report that there's recognition both in Scotland and in England and Wales that abusive behaviour and abusive politics, if you like, put people off. There's quantified evidence in the reports that we have already that people may not want to stand when they see the behaviour of some members across various councils, or the behaviour and abuse that they face online. So I think there is evidence for that, but yeah, we will continue to work with organisations such as Agenda and Elector, COSLA, to get more information on that. And also we're planning, this isn't so much to do with why people aren't standing, but during the election process, we've said that we'll link in with agents and candidates so that we can kind of prime them and do any sort of work we need to do beforehand so people have a good understanding of what they're coming into.
Yeah, and I think that is such a valuable point as well. And I know that myself and everybody else who was involved on the panel when we were discussing this said how beneficial that would have been. So no, again, I'll just echo what Councillor Hannah was saying, that I really appreciate all the work that yourself and officers have put into this, because it's not been an easy feat. And yeah, looking forward to further discussion on it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Devine.
I'll be really quick. I suppose just talking about like abuse, whether it's in the chambers or outside, online or in person, I suppose my concern as well is obviously about reputational damage, like to the council. For instance, the council getting a bad name, or elected members slagging off the council in public or on social media, or their other ward colleagues. So can you tell me what part that's going to fall under? Because my understanding of being a councillor at Falkirk Council is that, you know, we are supposed to be here to promote the council, challenge the council and take part in all the decisions. So if you could just talk a wee bit about that, if you don't mind, Mr. Perry. Thank you.
Thank you. You're correct in your interpretation there. That would fall under the respectful politics training that we mentioned right at the start. So there's so many facets to this that we're going to have to bottom out and work out over the next few, well, till 2027 and exactly what that's going to include. But it would include the issues you talked about. Reputational damage of the council is right up at the top of that. And we would need to make sure that the new elected members are aware of how to use social media, how to respond to the message, to create messages, and the dangers in replying to certain messages or to sending out messages without maybe being aware of the risks and the reputational damage that can bring.
Thanks for that. Just another side note to that. That's great for 2027, but how do we stop that happening now? And how do we protect the reputation of the council just now if there is anyone challenging the reputation of the council?
There's an opportunity between now and the election to bring in training specific to that. I think there was an intention at the start of the year to bring in code of conduct, refresher training, so that would come in under that side of things. There's also a suggestion that and it's in the report again that we're going to talk to conveners and work with conveners on how to manage meetings and what to look out for. So that is, whilst we want to launch it for 2027, there's perfect opportunity to do something in the meantime. We wouldn't just leave it alone. There's also, I think it's touched on as well, that Police Scotland were offering to come along in addition to the Operation Ford training, which is more about personal safety and security, that all members have been invited to attend. There'll be local training for that over the next few months as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Benny. Did you put your light on?
Sorry, folks. I'll bring it nearer to me. I think there is something we need to clamp down on, especially in social media. And I've seen it hundreds of times from members of the public. And it's a perception, and it's a really bad perception from the community. Like anything we put, like a council poster, anything like that, members of the community is putting, oh, did they not get any brown envelopes, or did they get brown envelopes? That is said often. So we need to find a mechanism to stop that, because obviously the communities think that we're dishonest, something's happened. I have never found that at all the times I've been here as a councillor. I feel everybody here has got dedication in their role, and they do their role as best as they can, and they care for the community. I've never found that. But we need to find a mechanism, especially on social media, or that message is going to last for a long time. So we need to do, I don't know if we need a narrative from the council every time we see that on social media, something like that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Benny. Any other questions? No. Okay, so we'll now go to the administration to move their motion.
Okay, thank you, Provost. I'm going to move it, and then I'm going to ask my colleague, Councillor Sinclair, who was the original author of the motion, to second it. And I know that he wants to maybe just make a couple of comments, and I hope you'll be able to give that time to him. Firstly, I want to start by thanking everyone involved in putting on an excellent Joe Cox event on Sunday. It was very well supported by elected members and the community, and very much a community feel to it. And it was great to see the turnout despite the weather. So just well done to everybody in doing that, and I look forward to seeing that become a regular feature and moving around the district. At that event was one of my close colleagues, ex-MP Martin Day, who attended the event. He attended with mixed emotions, as he was there that dreadful day, hearing firsthand as the events unfolded, when Joe Cox was sadly attacked and killed, as was Councillor Sinclair. Martin was also a very close friend to David Amos, who also lost his life doing his job as a public servant. In speaking to councillor colleagues, a role that Martin previously held reminded him of just how vulnerable we are in being so closely embedded within our communities and the limited safety net around us. A lot has changed for MPs and MSPs as a result of the sad deaths, but local councillors, we are still very much the grassroots, and we live in the communities that we serve, and we need that closeness in order to do our job, but we should not feel fearful in doing so. There's been a toxic growth of behaviours within politics, often fuelled by the media and the instancy of social media. Local government has changed significantly in the last 10 to 12 years, with much greater responsibility on local members, more difficult decisions and more public attention. Unfortunately, there's a small but a very vocal section of society who use social media to express opinions which can be inaccurate, uninformed and very personalised against elected members, some of which has become very normalised and spill over into other areas of behaviours and into council life. It's therefore important that there is unacceptable behaviour able to be called out and addressed. Leadership, we're all leaders within our own communities, and that dictates that we should all visibly demonstrate respectful politics in order to maintain and strengthen public trust and confidence in the integrity of the council and its members when carrying out its business. In doing so, we have to respect each other and our employees. Language and conduct are important, therefore we need to lead by example. What this paper is not designed to do is to sanitise politics and the differing viewpoints, but as a stark reminder that we should treat each other with respect and build that trust and integrity. When politics is not respectful, it's replaced by abusive politics that can then be in the debating chamber, in person or online, and which can lead to a culture of abuse and intimidation, which feels as if it's become normalised. Social media is now embedded as a communication tool which acts to facilitate abuse in a hostile environment. This can result in members not feeling able to take difficult decisions, as this can increase the levels of abuse, not just to the elected member, but also to their family. We're currently seeing people choose to step away from elected office and others not willing to put themselves forward. The abuse disproportionately impacts on women, as well as those from minority ethnic backgrounds, LGBTQ+ and disabled people. Hence, we get councillors who are not reflective of their population. It's therefore up to us all to change that. After all, irrespective of political views, you can't be what you can't see. In order to do that, we must ensure that people feel safe in carrying out the work that they do as elected members. It highlights that there are distinct differences between the role of MPs and MSPs and councillors. And as already said, we are very much part of our community. Operation Ford, which was designed to help give guidance and advice after feedback in relation to councillors in particular, is now more tailored. However, I would say from personal experience, to actually make a report to Operation Ford in Police Scotland is not an easy decision, as it can, and did in my case, have repercussions of further abuse. And that's why there needs to be as wide a possible public education programme on the role and remit of local councillors, coupled with the support for elected members, enabling them to carry out their role. Well, it's a privilege to be voted into elected office. It does come with compromises that you have to make. As a local councillor, you're expected to make yourself available, including out with that would be considered normal working hours, which will have an impact not just on you, but on your family. What we must not forget as to why we wanted to do this job in the first place, and all the positive work that councillors do within their communities, irrespective of political views or none. We all want to enhance the health and well-being of those we are elected to represent, and should be able to do that without fear of abuse or intimidation or harm to our person or mental health. I therefore cannot support the amendment that's come forward. I do believe that mandatory training is really important, because it does set that base level and a basic understanding of what the role is and what can be expected to be given to you by way of help and support as an elected member. In moving the paper, it's recognised that this is just part of a strand of work that's being covered at a national level and with COSLA but I think it's a very important step for Falkirk Council to be able to take, and I fully support the recommendations. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Now go to Councillor Sinclair to second the motion and to say a few words.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks to Councillor Meikle-John for those comments there. Firstly, I thank you to officers, including Brian Perry and Colin Moody, for their pragmatic and sensible approach to this, and to Councillors Devine, Patterson and Murtagh and Bailey Kerr for their engagement on this working group, which was cross-party, all-party and none, that has ultimately informed the process and led us to the proposals in front of us. I'd also like to pay tribute to Councillor Hannah and others for organising Sunday's great get-together in Pullman, and I look forward to working with her and others to ensure that this event and all that it stands for has a regular slot in our diaries going forward. It's important to remember that at the heart of this conversation is safety, and I want to touch on some of the reasons we are discussing this today. 9 years ago, during the EU referendum, Jo Cox was holding her surgery at Burstall Library in the Batley and Spen constituency, where she served as a local Labour MP. She was murdered by her constituent. Since then, we have lost Conservative MP Sir David Amos in similar circumstances to Jo. Both elected members, both carrying out their duties to their constituents, both their lives taken from them in tragic circumstances, the impacts of which have rippled through our society as a boulder thrown into a loch. Over the past decade, public discourse has unfortunately further declined, with abusive behaviour and extreme views becoming mainstream. Deliberate attempts to misinform and to undermine the way in which your society interacts and engages with one another. Behaviour once considered unacceptable is now both accepted and left unchallenged. Respectful debate, indeed the appetite for basic civility, has all but dissipated, leaving a dark, predominantly online environment controlled by detractors who have nefarious aims in mind: to marginalise, to disaffect and to divide. While there must be space for robust debate, it is incumbent on all of us here today and our colleagues in other places to do what we must to ensure that we present a better way forward. We must be respectful and conduct ourselves honestly and truthfully, with a clear purpose in mind, that there is more that connects us than that which seeks to divide us. I believe the proposals before us are reasonable and present an opportunity for us all to show leadership and responsibility to each other. For those reasons, I cannot support the amendment before us. Today is a reminder to us all that our engagement with one another impacts the way that we are seen as elected members to those who voted us here in the first place, and that we should lead our communities by example when engaging in debate that can be challenging. We should, on that basis, ensure that we first respect each other as we navigate through this council through increasingly challenging waters, and hopefully into much steadier seas as we move forward. And with that, I'm content to second these proposals today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. We'll now go to Councillor Bundy to move his amendment.
Thank you, Provost. And I want to begin by thanking everyone who's been involved in this process, from Councillor Sinclair from bringing the original motion to the sounding board who have developed the motion in front of us today. And I acknowledge that the motion in front of us today is of good intention, and I'm not questioning anyone's intention on this. I also want to say that whilst I might not be part of one of the groups that has been referred to, it doesn't mean that I have been immune from abuse in public life. I have received numerous death threats to the point where police have had to get involved. I've been told to F off back to Rome because I was a Fenian, and I've even had people question why I was absent from a council meeting 2 years ago, saying that I was prioritising my personal life over my council duties, and that it should be a disgrace, I should be imprisoned, I should be harmed and all that. And the reason why I wasn't present was because I was at my dad's deathbed. So it has an impact on us all. So my amendment is not to diminish the good intention behind the motion. And I mean, I know that I'm in a minority opinion here, but I'm going to say where there is agreement. I think there should be mandatory training on personal safety for all councillors, operation forward, and the training offered by Police Scotland, I think, should be mandatory. I think the council should be developing mandatory training. And as somebody who used to work for an MP and MSP, I know that constituency staff, well, it's not mandatory, are highly encouraged, and it's very rare to see MSP, MP staff is at the forefront of surgeries not having that training. So I think councillors who are at the forefront should definitely have mandatory training on the grounds of personal safety. But where I do disagree is on the notion that mandatory training on respectful politics is going to improve the culture. Because I don't think culture is something to be trained. I don't think it can be artificially created. I think it's something that emerges organically from the ground up. And I think what we are experiencing regarding the lack of respect in politics is a wider picture. It's not because of the people in this room, it's because of where we are as a society. And I don't know, I don't think it's the best use of resources to try and train when our job should be taking on personal responsibility. And the code of conduct highlights that. And that's also where I have disagreement on the invitation on the pledge. The code of conduct unites us. All of us are bound by it. But if we are offered to sign a pledge and then some people refuse to sign that, that actually sows the seeds of division. It doesn't unite us. And I think that is a risk, even though very good intention, the pledge, I think it is a risk that it actually sows division rather than brings us together, whereas the code of conduct, which we are bound by, brings us together. I also say in point 5 of my amendment about risking undermining the independence of political groups. In that, I'm referencing SNP, Labour and Conservative. All parties are charities in law, all are bound by the Equality Act, and all have to have internal procedures for bullying and for any abuse. So whilst it's right that we explore mechanisms for members to put forward complaints about behaviour, I'm highlighting caution to respect the internal processes of political parties, which are charities under law. And then on point 6, this was in reference to point G on 5.20 of the paper, and it was about a communications package being developed. Money is limited in this council, and I would much prefer if money was spent on personal alarms for councillors. I know that as an MSP staff member, I got a personal alarm. So if somebody turned up to a surgery, I could press that. I could press it subtly. And it's the prioritisation of what we spend. And I'm not saying it's, again, a bad intention to try and educate the public about the role of council, but I think that education has already been attempted, and I don't think there's appetite amongst people to know the intricacies of how a council operates internally. So I think in terms of value for money, what I was trying to say was it'd be better to put that money into stuff like personal alarms, which actually make a material difference for the safety of members. And then in terms of point 7 of my amendment, this was again in reference to point D of 5.20 on page 105. It says about removing the barriers to elected office, and I agree that personal abuse, the fear over safety, is certainly a barrier to elected office, and I know, speaking to people, they're not going to be seeking re-election because of that, but I've also spoke to people who say it's much broader than that, and the role of councillor is very difficult, but also people come into the role with fresh energy and then realise quite suddenly that it might not be what they thought it to be. And that attitude is seeping through into the public. And I've spoken to people saying, I'll never stand for council because all you do is make bad decisions. And that's also something that we need to address as well. So that's why I put forward the amendment in my name.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bundy. I've got a seconder.
Up to second, with the right.
So we'll now move into debate. So Councillor Murtagh, I think you were first.
Thanks, Provost. And I didn't write a contribution to the debate here because I find it actually really quite upsetting that we are going to have one, that this was a moment we could have been unified as a council, going together. And I think what's really quite striking is the agreement that from Councillor Bundy that yes, it's really important that we receive mandatory training on our safety because that's important. So that should be mandatory. But training on the respect that we should all be and the impact, to hear what the impact might be. And I don't dispute that obviously this have an impact on Councillor Bundy, but I fail to see where on earth the harm could be in signing that pledge. If a councillor didn't sign a pledge of the nature that's in this report, I'd be really concerned about why they wanted to be a councillor and about what their intentions were in their conduct. I think we all know the Standards Commission is not the route, to be progressing things, and it is really hard in a week like this week, and the events of Joe Cox's death and the anniversary is all in our mind, particularly after this weekend. But I think what's really important to highlight in the report is that issue about being leaders by example. That is so crucial because it's not just the public who abuse councillors or other elected members. It's not just on social media. Quite often, it is that other elected members, even elected members who are passionate about this subject, in the heat of the moment, in the cut and thrust of party politics, forget themselves and maybe put things on social media or say things and encourage others, encourage that pile-on. That happens. It's happened to me, it's happened to others. And it's really important that we talk about that openly in a safe space. And that mandatory training gives us that ability. And I know this is a really emotive subject for many of us, and so forgive me, Provost, but I just want to talk a little bit about one particular aspect that's been highlighted. If we all know that abuse happens within institutions, and political parties are like families. Whether you're in an institution like a church or a football club or a political party, or indeed what it is to be in a family, if you suffer hurt and abuse or misconduct, the issues you have to overcome in bringing that forward against your family, or even, and I include members of the other parties in this council who are also, I feel, colleagues and part of a family, that's a really difficult decision. You've got loads of barriers to face. You've got worries about how other members of your family will respond to it, what the perception will be, what all the things of, the massive barriers you have to overcome of people in a position of power, for example. We know that. And that's what being in a political party, wonderful it is, can be like, or being as part of an institution. And we have to be mindful of that. There are a lot of members in all parties and none who have cited that it is the difficulties within their parties or their councils which have put them off. And the leaders by example is crucial in that. And I just finally want to end with, I could have gone to standards about conduct from so many areas of other elected members, as many of my colleagues could, and I never have, in a similar way to why I haven't been in a court of law over some of the abuse that I've suffered in my life. And that's because I don't want to have to say those things out loud in front of my mother, in front of my children. I don't want to have to go through the ordeal of having to list some of the things that other elected members have said to me and to others over the course of the last 8 years. And what I think is really important.
A minute left, Councillor Murtagh.
Okay. What I think is really important is that we do acknowledge that. And I think one of the blessings about being an independent, as hard as it is being out of a party making that decision, is I get to talk to everybody in all parties and none, and every single party has said that this is an issue, but it's so difficult to tackle, because if you're going to take on the might of your own party, your own colleagues to make a complaint, you got to put every single other thing aside. So I'd ask members to see the bigger picture here. We have a moment to be unified here, and I would ask Councillor Bundy to please withdraw your amendment, because we should be unified today and going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Maybe speaking here as the father of the council, I've had everything and nothing says to me over the last some 38 years or 45 years involved in politics. I feel local elected members, councillors, are treated different from other politicians. Other politicians have levels of security that we don't have. For instance, our home addresses are freely published. Our phone numbers are freely published. I know in the past, and I thank BT profusely for now, anonymous calls can be stopped coming through to your phone. People need to realise gossip, lies, and innuendos go much further than just the person they're telling it to. We are doing a job which is hard. I go out, quite openly admit, on a Friday night or a Saturday night with my mates for a pint. These are surgeries. I spend most of the night doing inquiries on the phone. And I understand people are aggressive with you, but I also understand their angst. Because in this today's world, we're the only people in politics they have access to. And once you explain things to them, they're generally okay. Once you say, what would your decision be? Give them the options. And I'm always pleased to say that they usually end up understanding what the options are and half the time agreeing with you. Half the time's quite a lot in our business. And I think we need to realise that they want us to say everything they want to say. They want us to agree with them all the time. And they want us to magically have a budget that can pay for everything. Reality is not quite like that. So what we need to do is, one, get the Scottish Government to give greater protection, and I agree with Councillor Bundy, to everybody in political life. And that's not just councillors. I know members of staff in this council who get great abuse. And what we need to do is not just protect them, protect their children as well. I know having a family that your children bear the price of the job you've taken on, but it's never the job they took on. So I will be supporting Councillor Bundy today because I think he's putting it forward in a pragmatic way. I think he's putting it forward in a way that actually will protect us. He's not ticking a box. Now, as you know, I believe in robust debate. And that's how a council should be. An administration will put things forward. The opposition have a great job of doing tons of research to put forward what they think's right. And that's why it's called a council. So I have no hesitation. If I could third them, I would third them. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I'll go to Councillor Hannan. Apologies. I should have came to you before, Councillor Spears.
That's fine. Apology accepted, Provost. Thank you. First, I would like to say thank you to Councillors Meikle-John and Sinclair for their kind words about the Joe Cox great get-together in Polmont Community Hub on Sunday. And I'd also like to say thank you to the community members from the local area, both Lower and Upper Braes, and from a wider area round about the Falkirk Council area, who made that day such a success. And I look forward to working with others to take it to other areas in the future, because it was a successful day, and it was a day about the basic principle: there is more that unites us than divides us, which is really, really important. Respect. We all want respect. We all want our constituents.
Sorry, Provost. Councillor Spears and Councillor McCabe are constantly talking, and I can't hear Councillor
Here we
Hannah.
go with a lack of respect. Right,
Can I-
Councillor Spears is talking to me. Councillor Spears is quite deaf. Provost, this is a perfect illustration of this lack of respect. I'm sorry, Provost. I don't mean to interrupt at all. My apologies again.
Okay, well,
My apologies, but I am suffering from the same problem. We can't hear what Councillor Hannah is saying because of the two of you talking, and that is a sign of lack of respect.
okay, so if we could just stop sort of talking in the sidelines then. Fair point. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Respect is really important. Respecting one another is really important. We cannot expect members of the public to respect us if we cannot show respect for one another and for the members of those members of the public. I think anyone who has watched council meetings will have seen the difficulties that are addressed in this report, the issues of respect that need to be addressed. We have to take this forward. I cannot support the amendment to this motion because it seems to me that people who do not respect others are the ones who are least likely to realise that they are being disrespectful. And if people don't realise they're being disrespectful, then they may think they don't need to attend training. I have worked in employments where I have had many training courses. I have attended many training courses on dealing with members of the public, many training courses on dealing with people who are upset, who are alcoholics, drug users, you name it. I have attended those training courses because I've worked all my life in dealing with members of the public. I will be attending every training that's available, whether it's mandatory or not, because I don't believe that I already know it all. I don't believe I am already perfect. I am absolutely of the view that we can all learn. I do think that the training should be mandatory because it's necessary for us to be assured that everyone actually understands what respect means. In terms of the costs, I have to say I have concerns about how you put a value, as Councillor Patterson asked earlier on, how do you put a value on the need for respect? Can't count the cost of good behaviour. You can't count the cost of people's mental well-being. You can count the cost of an alarm that somebody hangs around their neck. I've worked in situations where I've had alarms that are hung around my neck. Yes, personal safety is important, but that's you looking after yourself. What you also have to do is look after other people and show respect for one another.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. I did have a few contributions to make, but I think that actually Councillor Hannah's really hit home with a lot of the issues. I will just echo what Councillor Murtaugh said. I am dismayed that this is even up for debate, and the tone that the conversation has taken in the room is nothing if not a little disheartening, which I think though highlights the point of how vital this report is and how vital mandatory training is. So I'll leave it at that, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. Any other questions? No. Bellica.
Thank you, Provost. I'm all for people treating each other with respect. But you get sometimes in a situation, people are frightened to say anything in a debate in case somebody takes offence to it. Because you say something that somebody doesn't like, doesn't mean to say it's an offence or you've been offensive to them. If you do it in a manner that is disrespectful, that's different. Not everybody will agree with everything that's said in here. And taking forward the amendment, it's a different matter of opinion. And everybody's got an opinion. And it doesn't mean to say that we didn't respect Ian for taking it forward and Cecil proposing it and Ian taking it forward, that we respect their views. That's not what we are saying. And people have got to respect how our views. If we think that all of what's in the motion isn't what we feel's right, that's our opinion. Doesn't mean to say we didn't respect that what's been put forward. And it's totally unacceptable what Councillor Michael John says earlier on regarding the abuse that elected members have had over the last few years because they've made hard decisions, death threats, threats to their families, abuse. That's what I feel, that's what we should be tackling at the short term, at least. I've been in a situation where you get abuse. Council doesn't give you no support because we're not employed with the council. That's very difficult because all you're depending on is your colleagues. Must be even more difficult if you're an independent councillor because all you've got is yourself. So all I'm saying is respect your decision for what we're putting forward because that's what we believe in. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Bellica. We'll now go to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I'll just make it quick, actually. I remember in my last role, I was on a big a committee with the government, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. I was on, that was an appointment for 2 years. And that's one thing we've not mentioned about diversity. In our communities, we've got people from all backgrounds, all cultures and all religion. And I always say, and I must admit, I've been very fortunate. I've had very little abuse, just a wee bit on social media, but something's happened in the last year. I don't know what it is actually. So I've been really lucky. And I think it's about, maybe because I'm a bit older and I find it easy to speak to people. And I think I'm respected quite a lot in my community. And I know sometimes people get a bit frustrated, but it's actually listening to people. What are they actually saying to you and taking it back? We want to support them. Sometimes we can't because the expectations are too high. But at least if we try, and if we try to understand them, that's all they want. And obviously they want a reply. I think sometimes that's a frustration with our communities, they don't get a reply. But I'll just leave it with one thing. Respect and inclusion is very important, but treat people how you would like treated. And that's what I say. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Binney. If there are no other questions, we'll go to Councillor Michael John to sum up.
Thank you, Provost. And I'm going to keep this very brief in summing up. I've got a lot of sympathy having heard from Councillor Bundy where he's coming from. I've had many conversations with officers around personal safety, particularly over the last year to 18 months. Indeed, I've had some robust discussion through Operation Ford and Police Scotland about the role of councillors and personal safety, because we've been coming from different aspects. I may be old-fashioned, but I still firmly believe that we should be able to be accessible to our communities, to be able to speak face-to-face, but we should be able to do that without feeling fear or anxiety in doing so. So absolutely, that is mandatory training around safety. I think that is something that is a given, certainly going forward. But I also think that the mandatory training needs to be broadened out to talking about that respectful politics, about how we behave. And that, again, I'll go back to what I said, it's not about sanitising politics. We all should be able to express our differing political views, and I hope that that's what we're doing actually in this particular debate, and respecting those views, whether or not we agree with them, is entirely a different matter, but we should be able to express those particular views. What I would say is that by having the mandatory training, it does set that baseline, but also will enable a consistency of approach, an approach that we can all learn from, for example, in dealing with abuse on social media. And if there's a consistent approach by us all, and to be able to deal with that, then that is a message that we go out to the public and to those who spend their time on the keyboards. Political groups, they have their own processes for conduct, dealing with grievances, welfare, etc. And if the people are not content with what happens at the local level, they can escalate that up to the national party. So I think there is a mechanism there for that. But having the ability to go to an officer and talk through some of those, and whether or not that is a route you want to take, I think that's helpful. To be able to do that, but that is still a mechanism that is there. I think we have a lot of positive actions that can be taken from this paper and developed as we go forward over the next couple of years, but certainly into the new council, which should be able to give a much better baseline for going forward, to be able to support elected members in their role, and to be able to carry out their duties on behalf of Falkirk Council, but more importantly on behalf of those that they're elected to serve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll now go to the vote. Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report. That's moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Sinclair, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Bundy and seconded by Bailey Kerr. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Aitken.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn. Sorry, I think you might be on mute, Councillor Flynn. Yeah. Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
The amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 19 votes for the motion. There are 5 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Thanks, Mr Moody. We'll now break for lunch back here about 1:30. Apologies, quarter to 2. Go online. Okay, welcome back everyone. Agenda item 9, voting rights of religious representatives. Pages 118 to 127 on your agenda papers. We do have a motion and amendments have been received, so there will be a debate. The motion has been adjusted and Mr Moody will explain that.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And as you've correctly observed, there was a motion and 3 amendments submitted in relation to this item. And I think that's in reference to the fact that it's an open recommendation which asks the Council to indicate its view on the issue placed before it, and that resulted in that motion and the 3 amendments. As it happened, the motion and 2 of the amendments were very closely aligned, and by agreement within those 3 groups, those are now consolidated in a single motion, against which remains Councillor Murtaugh's amendment, which is similar on the substantive issue of voting rights, but has an additional matter raised too.
Okay, thanks, Mr Moody. And we have a deputation request from Declan McGavin on behalf of the Archdiocese of St Andrews in Edinburgh. Are we agreed to hear the deputation?
Agreed.
Declan, would you like to take a seat?
Sorry, Provost, can I say there's not enough lot of room here?
Was there not?
Oh, that's lovely.
He's got. So you've got 10 minutes, Declan, then members will ask you some questions on the substance of your report.
Thank you, Provost. Just before I begin, I'll just clarify that I'm here on behalf of the Archdiocese of St Andrews in Edinburgh with proper permission from the Archbishop Leo Cushley. So before I discuss the impacts of this proposal, I'd like to begin with a brief history of Catholic education in Scotland. Catholic schools in Scotland emerged out of hardship in the late 1800s. Our schools were quite literally built by the hands of the Catholic community. These communities, although poor and marginalised, were determined to educate their children in both faith and knowledge. These schools received no state funding and were entirely funded by poor Catholic families who believed that receiving a religious education was not a privilege but a necessity. In the early 20th century, Catholic schools began to fall behind and could no longer compete with state-funded schools. Catholic Church therefore entered into an agreement with the state, and through the Education Scotland Act 1918, Catholic schools were brought into the public system. This agreement was formed in good faith, with the understanding that Catholic schools would retain their ethos and that the Catholic Church would continue to play a meaningful role in their governance. This was not the start of a political arrangement, but a partnership between church and state, a partnership that is rooted in trust, and one that serves the common good of society. His Grace Archbishop Leo Cushley has said, and I quote, "Catholic schools in Scotland are part of the heritage of the Catholic community here, and they were entrusted in 1918 to the state, presently represented by you. Religious representatives are not appointed as a token gesture or a privilege. Their presence reflects a long-standing partnership between church and state that was not built on power, but trust. Trust that the state will honour and safeguard the heritage of the Catholic community, and that the church will continue to contribute faithfully to the common good of society through education. Taking away our vote and effectively our input into matters relating to Catholic education would be a great betrayal of that trust. To strip our representatives of a vote while retaining the right to speak sends a message to the community. It says to us that your voice may be heard, but it will not count. And to many in our community, it will feel like a disinheriting of the trust that we have placed in local authorities since 1918. We must also keep in mind that the current arrangement has been in place without controversy or disruption for decades. the religious representatives and their voting rights have caused no scandal, no undue influence, no controversy. And again, in the words of the Archbishop, they have remained unremarked and unremarkable. And it is because they represent a functioning partnership. The public is not demanding change, and there's no evidence to suggest that voting rights have undermined democracy in any way. So why then disrupt something that has served the council and the community so well for so many years? Catholic schools are not a relic of the past. The 8 Catholic schools in Falkirk continue to serve thousands of families across the district, many of whom are not Catholics. Our schools are open to all and inclusive of families from every background. However, the ethos of our schools and their identity is Catholic. And if the Church is expected to maintain that ethos, then we must be allowed to participate meaningfully in the decisions that impact these schools. This is not about privilege. We do not expect any exceptions or special status. It's about fairness and ensuring that the Catholic community that has placed its trust in the state in 1918 does not find itself pushed to the margins of its own institutions. The Catholic community in Scotland remains a minority. As I have stated, we do not seek special status, but we ask that our historic role in education be recognised in a meaningful way, and that is by having a seat at the table and a vote when it matters. Coming to the motion itself, specifically point 2 talks about voting rights should rest solely on those who are directly elected and democratically accountable to the public. Currently, 2 of the parties here have members of the House of Lords who are unelected, unaccountable to the public. Likewise, list MSPs are not directly accountable to the public. So surely if you're advocating for this, then it should be applied consistently. And I would invite you all to use this platform to maybe advocate for change on that part. To quote Archbishop Cushley for the final time, "For us not to have an active voice in council matters touching upon Catholic schools makes no sense to us, unless there is another agenda at hand, such as one that is inimical to faith. This suggestion is not made lightly, but it is a real concern not just for Catholic communities, but for other denominations and faiths as well. Across Scotland and the United Kingdom, we have witnessed a growing resentment and intolerance towards faith and what it stands for. And proposals such as this, to remove the voting rights and a meaningful voice for a minority group, may be framed in the name of democracy and modernisation, but in reality, it is exclusion. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that very detailed report, Declan. Just open up for members to ask Declan any questions. Councillor Spears?
Thank you. It's nice to see you back here, but and it was a pleasure to speak to you outside earlier on. But your delivery here has made me change my mind. Being a member of a minority group myself, I know what it's like to be marginalised. And when you said when you have no seat at the table, then that does fly in the face of democracy. And I've seen a great deal of humour with your comments regarding the House of Lords, which has unelected religious members within it as well. I feel that you've hit my hypocrisy button then not to vote with you, because if we agree or the country agrees with the House of Lords, then is this motion that's been put forward to us today to remove the religious people, is that not the height of hypocrisy?
Have you got a question for Declan, Councillor Spears?
My question is, do you think that it brings a great deal of good for the Catholic community and the Catholic school children but to have a voice there where they, as a minority school, can be heard.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Yes, I think it is very meaningful for the Catholic community here to have a representative, especially in matters concerning the Catholic schools. Outside of that, our representative has no interest in the dealings or governance of non-denominational schools or other matters. We're only here for the Catholic community, and that's through the Catholic schools and protecting the ethos.
Councillor Murtagh?
Thanks, Provost. I also found Declan's comments about the House of Lords rather interesting, and unfortunately it's not within our gift to bring forward such a motion in this place, but you would definitely have my full support there. I want to ask, however, because you mentioned, Declan, that there was no asking for special treatment for the Catholic Church as a minority. However, would you acknowledge that there are other minorities as well who don't have a seat and a voting right at the table, and that the committee in which we are really referring to, which is formerly known as Education Executive, has parents on it, has pupil reps on it, you've been to committee yourself, has staff members on it, has care experience on it, and that their contribution is not meaningless, it's very valuable, but they don't have a right to vote, and that actually that is special treatment for one particular section of minority.
Well, speaking as someone who was a representative on that committee, when I was a student representative, I didn't have a vote and I could make a contribution. But did I feel like I was being taken seriously when I was asking questions of officers or making statements? No, because I didn't have a meaningful way to participate, and that is through a vote.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. I certainly always value your contributions and those of our young people. And I'd say to you that I hope you're mistaken in that. I would also say that potentially in asking my next question that sometimes elected members are also not respected by their peers around the table either, otherwise we would have had the last debate. In terms of how the representatives are chosen to come forward, I know you're only speaking on behalf of the Catholic Archdiocese, how are they chosen and how are they accountable to the congregation or to the Archdiocese or to the Bishop, however do they report? Is there qualification aspects? How are they chosen to come forward?
From my understanding, most of the Catholic representatives are former teachers. The representative for this council taught me in primary school. So I think they draw on experiences like that. As for who they're accountable to, they report to the education section of the Archdiocese and the Vicar Episcopal for education, and also to the Archbishop. But they are also held accountable by the families who are using the Catholic schools.
Can you tell me how they're held accountable?
Well, if any of the Catholic families have got a problem with the representation that they're getting on the council, then they can certainly bring it up with the Vicar Episcopal, who would then make a decision on whether to keep them on or to have a word with them. I don't know really how it works. I'm just here. I'm not from the Archdiocese. I'm not staffed by the Archdiocese. I'm just Catholic who's been asked for it.
I really appreciate that, and I ask my questions with the greatest respect, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot in any way. It's just that you are here to make this deputation. As a member of the Catholic faith, it might have been me, but it's not. And I think that's a difficulty. You mentioned some remarks that the Archbishop made, and I'll perhaps write to him directly on on that element. But would you acknowledge that while you've said, and I've noticed no reason to disbelieve or to challenge, while you've said that Catholic representatives will only vote on matters relating to that, to their interest in terms of Catholic education, do you acknowledge that at the moment the religious representatives in totality have the balance of power on an executive about whether a school, whether it's denominational or non-denominational, should close, and that given the public don't have any way of holding those representatives accountable, that's really problematic when you're talking about issues of that sort of weight?
I can only really speak for the Catholic representative. I know our representatives are told to be apolitical and they're encouraged not to use their vote, because we're not here to influence or have any sort of power. The vote is a symbol of the trust that we placed into the council in 1918 when our schools became a part of the public system. So I can't really speak for the other communities on how they tell their representatives to vote or act.
I'm grateful for your answers to that, and like I said, I don't want to put you on the spot anymore because you've made a really good passion case. But what I would say potentially is ask you, as you would acknowledge that nobody around this table has to declare their faith, and that there are people around this table of deep faith, and that's nothing to do with their politics should they wish to keep that to themselves. Do you acknowledge that it might feel slightly offensive to some of those members to have an accusation of there being some sort of motivation behind this that is not to do with what has been stated?
Could you repeat the end of that question, please?
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, do you understand that, and what you gave in, not on behalf of yourself, but what you quoted the Archbishop as saying in terms of there being an underlying agenda or motivation other than the pursuit of democratic accountability, that could be offensive and judgmental to those members who are deeply of faith and are absolutely bringing this forward for those reasons?
I think it's a valid concern for us to have, and many share it. I don't think the Archbishop was trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to be offensive. We're just talking about our experiences and how we feel. And some people hold very strong opinions on this and think that it's the start of something more, whether it's to get rid of denominational schools altogether or get rid of representation altogether. It's a slippery slope, but we don't intend to offend anyone or call into question anyone's faith.
Okay. Thank you, Declan. And to be clear, you haven't offended me in what you've said at all, and I'm just representing, as you're saying how you feel, how I feel and how others might interpret. And so I wanted to ask you that question. Thank you for your answers.
Thanks, Councillor Murtaugh. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Declan. It's been a really compelling argument you put forward. And I'm not going to get drawn into House of Lords debate because, like we said, we have little control over that. But what we do have control over is what we've got here at Falkirk. Just going along the same line as your argument of, years ago when Catholic communities did first come to Scotland and they faced a lot of adversity, would you then, on the same note, be advocating for other religious reps, given that we have a multicultural society now and it's reflected in our population, and a lot of those communities also face religious persecution? Would you then advocate for additional religious reps to come on, or do you think a rota of different reps? How would you address that?
I think it'd be quite beneficial to expand this opportunity to other faiths. I don't think it should just be Catholics here are the Christians, you know, draw on experiences from all other groups. I've got absolutely nothing against that, and that's completely up to this council if that happens.
No, I appreciate your feedback. Thank you. That's all, Provost.
Any other questions for Declan? No. Thanks very much, Declan. So the report is taken as read. So is there any questions for officers? Mr. Garner.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I've one quick question. It's the back of what Declan said there, and he made a good point regarding the public haven't asked for this. So my question is, in anybody's length of time at this council, how many times has this vote actually been used?
Mr. Moody.
I don't have precise figures for that, but it has certainly two of the religious representatives from the three have voted on the education section of the executive within recent times. And I think the number of occasions is probably 2 in the lifetime of this council.
Thank you.
No other questions? Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a question for our Education Director. I'll just make a wee statement first. All the time that I've been a councillor, I think it's nearly 8 years now, nobody's complained about having religious reps on the committee. And I don't know if other members here have had complaints. I've definitely not, and we're changing the sort of status quo at the moment. But I was just wondering, Mr. Reid, have you had complaints or concerns or any asks from our community about the religious reps, excuse me, on the Education Committee? What does that mean? Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor. No, I haven't had any contact in relation to this at all from anyone.
That's very clear. Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Any other questions? We'll go to Councillor Meikle-John to move the motion. Councillor Sinclair, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And thanks to Declan for his deputation there. It was an interesting listen. Ultimately, it appears that we're working towards a consensus on this, but I must place on record that this matter was never a priority, but we are where we are. The partnership between schools, education authorities and religious bodies is well established over the centuries, with a relationship that hasn't always been the easiest. However, it is a relationship that, in whole or in part, has ensured that children and young people are at the centre of what education should be. We shouldn't forget that Falkirk District has played an important part in ensuring that Catholic education was protected when transferring from church to state, which is embedded in the DNA of St Joseph's Primary School in Bonnybridge, who recently celebrated their centenary. As times change, so too does the considerations of the Council, which leads us to today's report. As I mentioned earlier, it looks as if we have a working consensus on the issue, and I'm grateful to colleagues across for their engagement. The motion in front of us, which is cross-party, makes it clear that in removing voting rights, we do not seek to diminish the voice of external religious representatives. And I want to make it crystal clear to those who are directly impacted by these changes that your guidance, insight and experience is a vital part of our decision-making process. Welcome to our committee, and I would, and as I'm sure we all would, encourage them all to share thoughts whilst we're debating matters that are central to the education of our children and young people. I want to take a moment to turn to the amendment. Excuse me. The amendment calls for another report based on expansion points, points that were not included in the original motion in December. While it is linked, I don't believe that it forms part of the original scope or spirit of the motion, which has led to the report before us, which is why I can't support the amendment. Turning to the consultation section of the report.
Do you have a second, Councillor
So,
Sinclair?
there's a, I don't know what it is. Your name. Okay. Just take a wee pause. There's a noise coming from somewhere. Apologies, Provost, I'll continue. Turning to the consultation section of the report, I want to pay tribute to both Agnes Mullen and David Seal for their contributions. I found both contributions helpful, but I wanted to address some of the points that I feel would be useful to respond to. Our council is made up of individuals with various backgrounds and experiences in life that shape who we are today, and therefore inform the decisions that we make as democratically elected councillors. These backgrounds are both personal and professional, where it is our collective experiences and the relevance of those experiences to the public that provide us here with the privilege of making decisions on behalf of our communities. Some of my colleagues from right across this place are of faith, some are not. I myself was brought up in the Church of Scotland, and while I don't consider myself religious per se, my experiences have played a small part in me being the person I am today and leads me to make the decisions that I make. I'd add on this matter that I believe that this is a move to equalise the way in which our committee hears a range of voices, and how our debate and deliberations can be informed by those external representatives, including religious reps, on that basis. By doing so, we uphold the principles of being a council that is open to challenge and accountability from our communities, and that this remains the case should the motion in front of us pass today. And with that, I am content to move our motion. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Colley.
Thank you. I'm happy to second this. I just want to make a couple of notes. I would perhaps take a bit of I'll probably agree around the House of Lords, but I would note that whilst there is a view that list MSPs are unelected and not accountable, they're just accountable to a wider constituency, and a bit like ourselves through a PR system, it reflects the voters and the votes that voters make, so that all voters are represented, not just as in the first past the post where many votes are not included. So I just wanted to note that. But I have had the pleasure of working with the religious reps during the time on which was the Education, Children and Young People's Committee, to even get that right, before it was brought into the wider executive. I've always valued the knowledge, experience and balance they have brought to the discussions. The motion proposed doesn't take away from this valuable insight and involvement. As with our young people, care experience representative, parent and teacher representatives, their involvement will remain crucial in supporting the decision making of elected members. The simple change will be that those who support and inform our decision making, invaluable, I think, integral to debate and discussion, will all be on an equal footing, not just those religious representatives, and only those directly elected by and accountable to the public, the councillors, will be eligible to vote on issues. This also reflects a system within the integrated joint board where only councillors and appointed NH board execs have a vote, although as with the education executive there are rarely formal votes, and consensus on decisions is reached with all IJB members, including representatives such as carers, service users, third sector staff and professional advisors. However, it's vital that representatives feel valued, and if there's an issue where they do not, we should work what should be done to improve this, and I would encourage officers to look at how we provide the best support. Finally, I would note, which I hope reassures, that on an individual level, I would certainly push back about anything that reduced this public representation.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh to move her amendment.
Thanks, Provost. I mean, I have to agree with everything that has been said by both Councillors Sinclair and Colley, and on the substantive point that it's not appropriate to continue with the convention of allowing religious reps to have voting rights on the committee. I really welcome that we have reached a consensus. And having brought the original motion, which enabled this report to come before us today, I am really pleased that while it might not have been I think it was priority or, you know, top of the list, as Councillor Sinclair was saying, to try to make this change. In terms of my role as equalities champion, I think it is really important to discuss things which have been long held conventions and to evaluate why they're no longer appropriate. And that was my motivation and my only motivation for bringing this forward. And I do want to emphasise that this is not an anti-religious motion or brought because of judgment or disagreement on the views of any of the churches or any people of faith. And as Councillor Sinclair said, I know many of us around this table are people of deep faith. But as I said in the questioning, none of us have any obligation to refer to that within our political discourse at any time, though if some do, they of course have the right to do so and be respected. But no one should be judging the motivation or the level of faith or spirituality because people are bringing forward this move. As others have said, this is about democratic accountability and reflecting the values of a modern democratic society that are inclusive of everyone's views from all faiths and none and somewhere in between. And this report is about ensuring that anyone charged with the responsibility of taking decisions, for example, about whether a school should close, does so from a legitimate, elected and accountable position, understanding the obligations they have to the entire electorate, not just in their own wards either, but across the whole council. And while we are not the first council, I'm really pleased that we will be taking this step today, and I hope that other councils will follow and that there will be further reform in due course. Now, I made the approach last week to all elected members that we could come together to unify a motion, and I presented an advanced draft of that prior to the weekend with some additional commentary around my reasons around it. Unfortunately, the administration gave no response or indication of their intentions prior to the submission deadline, so I was unable to consider whether withdrawing my motion would be appropriate. Again, yesterday I instigated further contact with all parties who had submitted an amendment, as the four motions do broadly agree on the substantive, and I had some contact from Councillor Sinclair later in the evening. I respect that other members feel that the one remaining issue, that the difference, because I'm more than happy to accept the wording of the amendment and drop my other clauses, or the motion and drop my clauses in amendment. But what the bit that is different is what I've added, and what I've added is to call for a report that doesn't commit to anything, which doesn't give a time frame, but that explores the possibility of something which actually Declan was also alluding to and others alluding to, that we could do better in widening our representation. And we're talking about here matters of education and things that should affect young people, and so that the public are aware, because they don't have these wonderful motions in front of them at all times. I have asked for a report which says that we should explore the possibility of whether adding directly elected members of the Scottish Youth Parliament, MSYPs, would be something which we could consider as a council and look at after a further report and make a decision on. I'm not asked for an in-principle decision today. I'm not asked for any commitment on that and for a debate on that. But I do think, and again, as equalities champion, that the more voices we have around our table, the more informed we are about the views of our electorate, the better the quality of decision making and the accountability is. And I don't think it's too much to ask for a report to just explore that possibility. And I'm not sure what sort of message it sends to our young people, having brought this forward, to say that, actually, no, we're not even going to consider it. And to the point where it's out with the scope, obviously I've discussed this matter with Mr. Moody in terms of whether it was appropriate to add this in. It's entirely in keeping in the kind of the spirit of the way that we do things. We do this so often where we bring forward a motion about a main substantive, but there's an additional peripheral issue which is related, and we add that on, and quite often ask for a further report so that we can be better informed. That's pretty standard in the time that I've been in the council, and I don't believe that any of the other members would be objecting to the idea of having wider youth representation on our committees. But I do want to say, because that is the only real debating point that we have, that at the moment, I would say we do have challenges in finding ways with our engaging with our youth voice. We have difficulties in making sure that that voice is enabled and coming forward. And MSYPs, who I know refer to others who've addressed this committee already, they make an excellent contribution. They're also directly elected. And with the advent of the under 22 card for bus travel through the Young Scot and how we currently process that vote, they've got a wider access to that demographic, to the democracy element than ever. And while I'm not fixed in my view on it, I think it would be a really interesting and exciting thing and a good message to send to our young people that we realise we're not always there in considering their voice, and that this would be something we could look at along with other things, should a report look at other matters, to try to rebalance that, to try to understand a little bit more about that youth voice. And I don't really think it is contentious to say that we have some challenges in accessing that meaningful youth voice, which represents the whole of the Falkirk area, because we saw in budget how difficult it was for us to bring forward informed views of, from consultation about our young people and
a minute left, Councillor.
Thank you. And decisions which affected them. So I think it's pretty clear, and I'm sort of struggling to see where the harm is in asking for a report that looks to it and sending a message to our young people that you're incredibly valued, your voice is incredibly powerful. We want to hear more from you, and we want you to be more involved, and we want you to be part of the future of this council and how we shape things. I don't understand why that is controversial, and that's the only reason that I am moving my amendment. But I don't know if I can make the offer, Provost, just to say that I'd be happy if the members would consider adding those points to their consolidated amendment and having a cross-party council consensus. Then I wouldn't need to continue to press my motion.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a seconder, first of all?
I'll second it, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Sinclair, have you heard what Councillor Murtagh said? Do you want to take that on board, what she said?
Do I have the ability to sum up, Provost?
Yes.
Okay.
Once you answer this question.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification, and I consider myself suitably chastised. I remain of the opinion that the original motion did not consider the expansion of the committee, so therefore I'm not going to take that on board. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll now open up for debate, but then it'll come to some. Okay.
Provost, to simplify matters, I'm not going, having made the offer to Councillor Sinclair and he's put his position, which I respect, I'm not going to push this council through a debate and a vote on something which we've clearly got other consensus on. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you.
I'll withdraw the second, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. So are we agreed?
Happy to agree.
Okay, thank you. The next item of business, agenda item 10, council membership, and agenda item 11, council membership. The reports are taken as read, so I just wondered to simplify.
Point of order, Provost, don't group leaders or representatives from a group get to share why they were supporting a motion?
I did have my light on, but it was not noticed.
Okay, fair comment. Councillor Hannah first.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you, Councillor Bundy. Very briefly, I have a degree of sympathy with Councillor Murtagh's points about the MSYP and widening the representation, but I did not think that this was the proper vehicle for it. I think that's a discussion we could have separately and I'll be very happy to have that discussion with Councillor Murtagh and other councillors separately. In terms of the motion, I had a motion which was broadly similar to this. We managed to get some agreement across party, for which I thank those who did the work to pull that together. And I think we have to recognise a fundamental issue here, which is democracy and democratic accountability. Since the introduction of the single transferable vote, many councils across Scotland have minority administrations. There are few that have a majority of one party. The inclusion of the voting rights, and I don't mean in any way to denigrate, or I am more than happy to have religious representatives on the committee and to listen to their views, but to have them actually holding the balance of power when they are not democratically elected seems to me to be anti-democratic. And that's where they would be in many councils across Scotland. A number of other councils have taken the same move, have moved in the same way. And I'm afraid, in 1918, women didn't have the vote. What happened in 1918 is, as far as I'm concerned, history.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll go to Bailey-Kerr.
I'll pass you on to Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. When I was elected as a councillor, I was in favour of voting rights of religious representatives, but during my time serving, I have been not on the road to Damascus, but on the road to democracy. I say that because I am a practicing Catholic. I went to St Mungo's High School, so was brought up in the Catholic education system of the Catholic Education Act 1918, and I don't think there's anything in the motion in front of us today that undermines that act. The representation, religious representation with voting rights goes beyond that. That's in the 1970s, not 1918. But I do take into account the argumentation made by both His Grace and with Declan. Declaration of interest. Declan was the altar server at my wedding, so I know Declan and well. And I think the argument that he made on behalf of the Archdiocese was powerful. Regarding House of Lords, we can debate that offline. And MSP lists, I've got an essay coming out about democratic accountability on them as well. But fundamentally, this is about how do we interpret freedom of religion or belief in law and uphold Article 9 of the European Convention of Human Rights and respect the Catholic Education Act of 1918. I don't think the representation or the motion in front of us infringes either of them. I think it's important to uphold the democratic process, and the Executive of Education is the ultimate decision-making body. There's no revision, there's no scrutiny. That is the make or break vote. And I think elected members, their job is to take all aspects into account, including the positions of the different religious bodies. And in terms of trusting the state, it's still in legislation today, the Claim of Act of 1689, which says that the reason why James VII was no longer king is because he was a papist. That's a quote. And we still have the Act of Settlement 1701, which prohibits Catholics from being monarchs of Great Britain. And I say that because the symbolism of protection of Catholic education is a reminder of the past that Catholicism has had in Scotland and the UK. But I hope the vote today isn't of further prejudice, but showing that it's democracy that's at the forefront.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. We've just witnessed David and Goliath, and we've heard such sterling words. Partners working together, democratically elected councillors, democratic accountability. and then anti-democracy. I would say let him without sin cast the first stone, and thank Declan very much for managing to change my mind and for coming along.
Okay, any of the independents have any further comment? So can we agree the motion? Thank you. Agenda item 10, agenda item 11 is about council membership, and these reports are taken as read. So I wonder if we just agree these two items because we know what they're about.
Happy to agree.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Happy to agree, Provost, and just please pass on, I'm sure, the best wishes of everyone in the council to Councillor Balfour and Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. I think we all agree with that.
Agreed.
So agenda item 12, delegation of powers to determine urgent issues during summer recess, pages 136 to 140 in your agenda papers. And again, the report is taken as read. And there are no amendments submitted, so there's no debate.
Provost, I'm happy to move the paper.
Okay. You have a seconder?
Yes, happy to second.
Thank you.
Happy to agree.
Happy to. Everyone agreed?
Happy to agree.
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 13, minute volume information bulletin 13A, volume of minutes, volume 4, 24-25. Is there any comments on the minutes, volume of minutes? No. 13B, information bulletin, volume 4, 24-25. Are there any questions on that? Gaelica?
I had one, but I'll pick it up with Mr. Kettrick offline.
Thanks, Gaelica. So we'll now move to the motions and we'll now move to the motions. Okay. Agenda item 14 is the motions. We've got 3 motions at the council here and one's referred to the executive. It's the Councillor Nimmels one on HMOs and that'll be for the executive, and I believe there's going to be some sessions on it before the executive on HMOs. Motion is a motion submitted by Councillor Patterson, violence against women and girls. The motion has been adjusted and I'll invite Mr Moody to explain that.
Thank you, Provost. And I think members will have seen that there was a motion on the order paper moved by Councillor Patterson. There were 2 amendments submitted in advance of the amendments deadline. There have been discussions between the movers of the motion and the movers of the 2 amendments, and there's now a consolidated single motion. And that has been circulated during the course of today, so it's available to all members. So just to confirm, that's the position, is that there is a motion and no amendments.
Thank you. So do members have any questions? No. So Councillor Patterson, would you like to move your motion, please?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. We're all aware that we're facing an epidemic of violence against women and girls perpetrated by men. Now, that's not a comfortable sentence to hear, but it is something that we need to be comfortable saying and facing head on. Violence against women and girls in its many forms is causing immeasurable damage to our society and as well as at council level. In the last 10 years, Police Scotland have recorded a 50% increase in sexual crimes. Worldwide and within these chambers, we've seen a sharp rise in online misogyny and abuse towards women. Whilst a motion at council level is not likely to impact these types of statistics, the power of the action that we can take can't be underestimated. Local councils are the delivery arm of government and have the biggest impact on the daily lives of our residents. We must recognise that in Falkirk we have an above average incidence of domestic violence, and we have persistently high amounts of child protection registrations as a result of domestic abuse. So then it is right that we give our focus on tackling this issue head on and through offering the right support at the right time, tackling misogyny and unhealthy relationships through school as well as activism. I hope that with this motion, we will raise awareness of the scale of the issue, platform violence against women and girls, and give it the attention it deserves, and encourage all of our residents and services to engage in our 16 days of activism beginning at the end of November. We want to let the women of Falkirk know that if they reach out, that our officers from housing to welfare benefits are now trained in trauma-informed practice, and you should feel confident in contacting the council if you find yourself in a situation. And I also hope that by bringing this report forward, we're going to help highlight the amazing supports that are available, like Bernardo's and Equally Safe and Stamford Hill, who do an unbelievable service for those who need it. I am delighted that we've got cross-party support on this issue, as I know that it is something that we can all get behind. And with a report coming back to council in 2026, I hope that it will give us a chance to reflect on the positive progress that we've made in our area, as well as identifying the areas where improvements still need to be made. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Patterson. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I would like to invite Councillor Devine to second.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost, and I echo everything that Councillor Patterson's just said. I also want to extend a thanks to the Gender-Based Violence Partnership, the CPP board, and also to Sarah at the council, who is, you know, between the three of them, it's the amount of work that's actually happening in and outside of the council is astronomical. With that multi-agency strategy that includes the public and private sectors and partners, especially in Falkirk, I can see us coming forward with even more robust measures. I just want to touch on the training aspect. We've spoke a lot in the 3 years that I've been here about the focus on training and trauma-informed practices and making sure that people are aware on the front line so that they're able to deal with things. And I commend the council for doing that level of training on the front line. I just want to touch on something else that is quite personal. I am a survivor of domestic abuse, so I can speak firsthand about how important it is to tackle this head on. It's important to acknowledge the lived experience of women and girls and to understand that this experience that a lot of women share, regardless of their background or position within society. It's estimated that 1 in every 3 women will experience sexual or physical or mental abuse in their life. In Scotland, the police reserves 1 report of domestic abuse every 9 minutes, and 4 of every 5 of these incidents are female victims. The impact of gender-based violence can stop women and girls from being fully active in society. And this is not just the experience of the victims and their families, but also the wider community. Gender-based violence is rooted in the inequalities that women experience in their daily lives, and it violates the most basic of human rights. If people feel safe at home and they feel safe in their communities, they can be part of their communities. And research shows this. I just want to end on saying thank you to Councillor Bundy and to Councillor Patterson that we've managed to get to this consensus today. And I welcome the strategy that is coming forward this year. It will be presented to the IGIB, in December, and I welcome the report to come back in January for us to support that. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. I'll now go to the group leaders for any comment. Councillor Meiklejohn.
No particular comment. As convener of the Community Planning Partnership, we get regular reports from our gender-based violence partnership, and they've been working hard to develop that, and indeed getting the various programmes to develop to tackle this issue around gender-based violence, recognising that it is predominantly against women and girls. So I'm happy to support the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to just thank Councillor Patterson for bringing this forward, and Councillors Devine and Bundy for working together with Councillor Patterson to come up with a wording that we can all agree with. Councillor Devine has given us the statistics. I will not repeat that. We know that gender-based violence is a very serious problem in our society, and it needs to be aired. It needs to be talked about publicly, and that is what I think is most important about this motion, that it's bringing it to public. And when we do have further reports on the issue, we will have another opportunity to air the issue. One of the biggest problems about gender-based violence is it's often unreported because people are unwilling to come forward and admit to what has happened to them. And when it is reported, sadly, it is not as often prosecuted as we would like. We need to address these issues and do it publicly.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. And Councillor Hannah is right in her summary there regarding the stats from Councillor Devine. And it's no that they're coming forward, it's people believe in them and doubting. And I'm over the moon that this has been brought forward. And I just wished that other councils in the UK would have brought it forward a few years ago. And these young girls who suffered through these abuse and suffering that in England might not have went through what they went through. And it needs to stop. I've got a daughter. I've got 2 granddaughters. And if it happened to one in my family, you'd be devastated. So fully supportive of it, and I commend everybody who's brought it forward.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Spears.
I notice in number 1 it says intensify its work with survivors. I think we need to intensify our work with perpetrators. I know there's somebody been appointed to the government to do a full investigation, but there was a previous investigation, and it's time the government moved on and moved faster, and we honour that by intensifying the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any independent members got any comment? Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. I think that the motion is a cross-party between SNP, Labour and Tories, so I suppose the only group or people who haven't brought forward an amendment are actually the independents, and that's only because I wholeheartedly agree with the motion and the original motion, and I congratulate Councillor Patterson for bringing it forward and others for coming together to find a consensus. As others have said, it is a really important issue, sometimes a difficult issue to talk about, and we should be seen as well to be doing everything that we can to highlight this issue. Certainly as a equalities champion and as the mother of 2 teenage girls and a survivor of sexual violence, I feel really passionately that culture change and talking about this is as important, and being open about it as the actions that we take, but those actions must follow. We can't just talk. So that's why I don't have an amendment, because I completely agree with the original. But thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh.
Provost. Sorry, just wanted to add one thing. Councillor Spears just brought it up there. I would invite anyone to sign up to the pledge for White Ribbon, which is a campaign to engage with men and boys in prevention efforts, and also publicly sign up to the tools that Police Scotland have got forward from that guy, which is also an initiative to challenge misogyny and hate crime.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Devine. So, can we agree the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. The next motion is the motion submitted by Councillor Hannah, Young Carers Action Day. The motion has been adjusted and Mr Moody will explain that. There was one amendment, but I believe the Conservatives have removed that. So just go to Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And again, the original motion is as submitted on the order paper on the agenda. There were two amendments in this case. The first amendment from Councillor Colley, I think it's adopted by Councillor Hannah, so that amendment is no longer necessary. And there was an amendment also from Councillor Bundy, but I understand that amendment is now withdrawn. So accordingly, there is now the single motion as adjusted and no amendment.
Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Hannah to move her motion.
Thank you, Provost. I'll try, given the time is marching on, I'll try to be brief in my proposal here. Carers generally do a fantastic job. There are thousands and tens of thousands of people who are looked after by family members, and they do a brilliant job and save us a fortune in unpaid care. Carers need support, they need respite. Young carers have particular problems because they are often caring while also trying to pursue their education, trying to pass exams, while trying to get on in life to find themselves a job. Young carers have the most particular problems. In March this year, it was Young Carers Action Day, and the theme of Young Carers Action Day was Give Me a Break. Now, at the end of this week, we will be going into recess. Many of us will be going off to have a break. Carers do not have that option often, and young carers in particular are often doing a job 365 days a year or 366 in a leap year. This motion is suggesting that we support young carers, that we sign up to the pledge, that we write to the Scottish Government and say that we are in support of giving a break to young carers. There will be no costs involved for the Council, but we are asking the Scottish Government to take up this issue. Now, I know that within the Council, within schools, within the Health and Social Care Partnership, there's a great deal already being done to support young carers, and I applaud that, but we can always do more. So I'm really grateful to Councillor Colley for her amendment, which was actually really just an admission on my omission, sorry, on my part, and grateful to Councillor Bundy for coming round to supporting this motion as Councillor Colley's amendment wrote it. Please, can we all support this motion? And I invite Councillor Colley to second the motion.
Okay, Councillor Colley.
Thank you. I've been aware over a number of years of Young Carers Action Day and the excellent work in Scotland, in particular of the Scottish Young Carers Services Alliance and Carers Trust Scotland and the Scottish Youth Parliament in campaigning for better support for children and young people who are also carers. Young carers and in Scotland and the organisations that support them have campaigned for and won key supports, including the Young Carer Grant, but there remains much more to do. This is why this motion and others across Scotland are important to keep taking the steps needed. I could note lots of statistics about the impact on young people, but I think rather than doing that, I want to talk about the long-term impacts. I was also a young carer myself. I've spoken, and maybe to the point of boring you all, about my disabled father. I don't apologise for doing so. The experience of disability, illness and caring in the family is one that shaped me, one I would and could not regret for a moment, and I value every second we had with him, but it came at a cost. Being a young carer or a young adult carer brings significant challenges across all areas of a young person's life, often reduced educational opportunities and life chances, with a life much different from their peers. You lose opportunities for social and leisure activities, for connections, to go to university or college, for being able to work alongside further education, to build experience, to even access employment. Simply put, too many young carers face barriers to having the same lives as their peers. Caring also brings health and financial challenges that can be difficult for young people to overcome. Poverty and a lack of access to education and good employment can turn into challenges that become lifelong, but we can change this picture. Earlier on, we talked about health inequalities, and caring is one such area that can contribute to poorer health outcomes. So it's important that we support young carers as early as we can and make a commitment to doing so across the services that we provide for young people, through education and employment, to support for caring through our children's services and care support such as Breaks from Caring. Children and young people should be supported to be children and young people first. Breaks and rest, as well as the right support and education and the delivery of a right to a break through the Care Reform Bill, which was passed on a cross-party basis. And I welcome the motion and the consideration of the steps we can take to meet the outcomes set out in the Young Carers Covenant. I want to finish by saying that when I started working with carers and disabled people, which was a few moons ago, I'd never heard the term young carer. I had no idea I'd been one. I knew that I'd help support my dad. I knew some of the impacts, including the fear of having a parent with such health problems, and how the impacts of caring and disability had impacted our family. It's testament to the work of young carers and the organisations working with them that today we're talking loud and clear about Young Carers Action Day and the Covenant, and how we as councillors, as a council, and through the HSCP can deliver the support that they need to thrive. So thank you, Councillor Hannah, for bringing the motion forward, and I'm absolutely delighted.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. It was remiss of me not to ask for questions before I went to Councillor Hannah, so I'll just open it up for any questions you might have. Councillor Spear.
If you forgive me, it's not much a question, but a speech to Councillor Hannah. Very, very pleased to support this motion. I wear a double hat here today as the past president of the Rotary Club of Falkirk. We try and send 2 young carers every year away on the Ryla adventure course, which maybe isn't much of a break, but it's certainly a big change and a difference, and it gives them the chance to experience something else in life. I'm a great believer in being ex-army, the adventure courses, and I think it helps shape a lot of people. And if your life's just been shaped as a carer, then it's very difficult then when you go into any other form of life to realise there's a lot more hurdles, as if you've not had enough hurdles already. So I thank Councillor Hannah really for bringing this forward, and I know I'll certainly be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Flynn?
Yep, hopefully everyone can hear me now, Provost.
Yes, loud and clear.
I contacted IT and got it sorted. It's not a question, but with your permission, I would just like to make a couple of comments. It's an excellent motion, and I think, to be honest, raising the awareness of young carers is hugely important. A number of years ago, I saw a poster in a GP surgery asking for volunteers for young befrienders, and this prompted me to join the then Princess Royal Trust for Carers, which became the Carers Trust, to become a young befriender. And that involved in partnering up with, in my case, two brothers for about 6-7 years, and then another 2 years with another young lad. And part of that involved going out for a few hours, maybe once or twice a week or whatever, and taking them out of the family situation where, you know, it was intense. And never once did any of these young lads ever complain about the family situation? And never once did I ever ask them about the family situation, because my job and role as a volunteer was to give them some time out. We did different things, cinema, ice skating, different events. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I even suffered through many, many films where I held my head in my hands and think, oh my God, have I really got to watch this? But I enjoyed it. And what I would say to people today is, I was a young befriender for 8 years, and then I joined the board of the Carers Trust. Supporting through this motion is excellent, but volunteers are needed out there. You get as much back from supporting these young children as carers as you give. It's a two-way street, and to be honest, it was fantastic. The other thing I would say, the Carers Trust, which I'm speaking about, and other carers organisations do a valuable job, because it's not just the one-to-one thing, but they organise events for the children. They organise, the children can go forward and discuss personal issues. They really are wholeheartedly involved and supporting these children. We can do more, and there's no doubt whatsoever about that. And what's been put forward today is a great step forward. But anybody listening to this today, or anybody in the room, with either you or your family or whatever, consider volunteering, because it's helping children and helping them on their way in life. And the two brothers actually came to me years later when they became in full-time employment and thanked me, and I felt humbled, but thanked me for the support I gave them during their time there. So that's what I'd like to say. So think about it, people. Volunteer to be a young befriender. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Flynn. Any other questions? No.
I've not got a question, but I think we're kind of moving on anyway to submissions. What I think has struck me, Provost, is listening round the room just how many people have had care experience or involved, with children with care experience, and therefore there's a huge cohort out in our communities that are unidentified, who are helping their parent or whoever, aunt, uncle, grandparents with daily living. And it's those that we need to try and identify to make sure that they are getting the right support to enable them to have the same experience as their peers. I say that drawing on the experience or my own personal experience, having been a main carer for 30 years, knowing the impact on my children and the challenges that brought. And I think Councillor Foley reflected on it, a simple thing about being able to take my children on holiday abroad is not something that I would have been able to do without support. And they were very much into their older teenage years before that was something that was possible, in order to get the care around that, so they could share in that experience. But very simple things like having to become very independent at an early age, while that may well be helpful and useful in later life, they had to compromise other things, such as the relationships and going out with their friends, etc. So having the ability to allow our young carers to have that normal growing up experience is really important. Also to help them manage some of the psychological impacts that come with the responsibility of caring, particularly at a very early age, so that they can become resilient adults and go on to live as fulfilled a life as possible. So that's why I think focusing very much on young carers, and particularly identifying those that we don't already know about, and make sure they're getting the right support to enable them to be able to access everything they need, including education.
Thanks, Councillor Michael John.
I'll be brief, Provost. This is not a new thing. It's been going for years and years and years, but thankfully people realise how important young people are, young carers are, and focusing on them is the right thing to do. So really glad the motion came forward. And I wished the focus would have been years ago, because people have lost their childhood through this, but hopefully they get all support and we can campaign for to get them what they deserve.
Thanks very much, Billy Kerr. Councillor Spears?
Obviously, I've heard in the past we've had speakers, I've heard speakers for young carers, and you can't help but be really moved. But you totally identify with it, because you become, when you're older, usually a carer for your parents. And it's tough to find the time, and it's tough to be there and handle a lot of situations that, especially with your parents, you don't really feel comfortable handling. But for somebody at their young age to have to do that we've really got to give them all our admiration and as much help as possible.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Councillor Murtagh?
Again, I do not have an amendment because I entirely agree with the substantive motion, and I'm glad that others have brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if no other questions, can we agree the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. The final motion is a motion submitted by Councillor Murtagh on independent member representation, and amendments have been consolidated, and I'll just go to Mr Moody to explain that.
Thank you, Provost. And again, similar to the earlier position, the substantive motion is contained within the agenda, as you say, submitted by Councillor Murtagh. There were 3 amendments submitted to the motion, all substantially to the same effect. So all of the 3 amendments have been consolidated together, and the consolidated amendment has been circulated. So the position is the motion is set out in the agenda and 1 consolidated amendment.
Can I just
a point of
clarify,
information,
Provost,
please?
Has it been circulated? Could we receive a copy of it, please? Thank you.
Just a point of information. This is headed adjusted motion. Should that not be adjusted amendment? Just don't want to be getting confused.
I'll put my microphone on to say yes.
Provost, can I ask for a quick 2-minute comfort break, please?
5-minute comfort break. Okay, welcome back, everyone. This motion has been submitted by Councillor Murtagh. And amendments have been consolidated, so we'll go to Mr Moody to explain that.
Thank you, Provost. And I think that's the point we reached just before the adjournment, that there had been 3 amendments to Councillor Murtagh's motion, which were consolidated as a single amendment, which had been circulated to all members. So the position remains that there's Councillor Murtagh's motion and now just 1 amendment.
Thank you. So we'll open up for questions, but we'll go to Councillor Murtagh first, as I've seen she's had her light on. Or her hand up.
Thank you, Provost. I was going to raise an issue which has been made aware to me offline in relation to respectful politics and the commitment we've all made. I'll bring that up offline, however, after the committee, but I'd ask members to be aware of that and their commitment to that. I do have questions to ask. I don't know if others have questions to ask, but I have questions to ask of officers.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, so my first question to Mr Moody is, why do independent members have representation on committees if they are not a group?
It's a matter of 2 issues, I think. One is historic precedent, in that there's always been a long tradition of independent members within this council, and that has created an established practice of representation within committees. But I think that also refers to a more fundamental principle of just the recognition that if there are members on the wider council membership, then they deserve recognition as a matter of principle within the committees of the council.
Thank you, Mr Moody. I suppose you mentioned a matter of principle. Would that matter of principle perhaps be the principle of democracy and democratic representation?
I think that is the principle that's broadly being recognised, and it's the wider principle that takes it beyond the uncommenced statutory provision which underlies the issue of proportionality within committees, which is in the Local Government and Housing Act, which refers principally to groups.
Thank you, Mr Moody. In previous council terms, were members of any other political party groups treated as independents because they did not have the requisite numbers to form a group, for example, for committee purposes?
In previous councils, it's certainly been the case that smaller groups have been grouped together with independents, so for all intents and purposes treated in the same way as independents, and that group has been historically the Conservative Party.
Thank you. What is the purpose of the financial strategy group?
I think that's probably not for me to answer, so I don't know if Mr Laurie's in a better position to talk about the financial strategy group.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Murtagh. So the terms of reference for the financial strategy group did come to a meeting of the council, admittedly quite some time ago now, as I recall. In terms of the overview, the terms of reference says that the group will steer the development of the budget in the context of the council's financial strategy. It's a long-term working group that will facilitate and encourage collaborative working to help the council develop a sustainable budget. There's obviously quite a lot of detail underneath that, including roles and objectives, but I think that gets to the heart of the matter.
Okay, thank you. Within what's publicly shareable, when did the financial strategy group last meet, and what are you able to say about what was discussed?
The financial strategy group last met last week, last Friday afternoon. On the back of that discussion, as on previous occasions, it was agreed that a number of items would be more broadly circulated, which I think will give elected members a sense of the main issues under discussion.
Okey-doke. I suppose obviously I am an elected member and I've received that, but maybe members of the public have not. are not aware of the fact that the budget considerations and the financial strategy is what's being discussed. Is there any restriction on independent members putting forward a budgetary motion, a financial strategy, or a policy motion compared with other elected members?
Mr. Moody?
No.
No, so it would be useful and important perhaps for those members putting forward those budgets, financial strategies and policies to be aware of firsthand of the context of those matters being discussed and be involved in them.
I think that would be a view for the council to take, and that's the very issue that's placed before it today.
Okay. What is the purpose of the provost meeting with group leaders prior to, for example, council?
Mr. Moody?
As originally conceived, it was particularly to discuss the issue of whether motions that stood referred to the executive should be held to council for discussion, but its scope has grown as the standing orders have changed, and in particular with the change to standing orders having advance notice of motions which are different from recommendations and also of amendments, it gives that opportunity also to discuss the scope for agreement and compromise.
Okay, this might be for Mr. Laurie. Maybe you can't answer this, I don't know. But do you think it's in the best interests of the council that members are as informed as possible in how business of the council is to take place, and that all members work to get together in the development of financial strategy?
Sir Laurie?
Well, I think it's important that all members are as informed as possible. And I think it's important that the council takes a view as to the best means of ensuring that that is the case.
Okay. You mentioned earlier just that after the FST, some things had been shared, but perhaps not all. Do you consider that sharing selective things second-hand and having no idea what might otherwise have been discussed and not being in the room is not being as informed as possible?
I think it's entirely reasonable for decisions to be taken in the context of what's been discussed about what is appropriate to share at that stage and what is not. And what, of course, is entirely open to members in receipt of that information if there are things which are not understood. And I think very often I'd say that the papers are relatively self-evident and relatively straightforward. But if that's not the case, then there's nothing to stop members in receipt of these papers asking the appropriate officer questions about them.
That's very helpful, leads very well into my next question. So would you acknowledge that having to arrange for separate meetings for independents to be briefed on matters discussed at the Financial Strategy Group and the Provost meetings takes up valuable officer time, particularly at a senior level, prior to important meetings when time is short, and therefore represents both disruption and a cost in terms of officer time to the council?
I think our experience in relation to the Financial Strategy Group is that such additional meetings have not been requested.
I'm not going to contradict you, Chief Executive, but I have had a number of meetings and requested a number of meetings with senior officers following financial strategy groups to discuss matters. Same with the Provost meetings where I meet with Mr. Moody. So I just want to offer that as information. Maybe this is for Mr. Moody. So would you acknowledge that over the past 18 months, possibly more, several efforts have been made in various forms to deal with these issues offline, particularly with respect to the Financial Strategy Group, but these have not been able to be resolved?
Yes, I can certainly state that the issue has been raised offline out with the context of a formal motion to council, but reference has been made back to the original decision of the council, the practice that followed after that. And I think the view offered that if the issue was to be changed, then it would require at some point a decision of the council.
Okay. So that being the case and the status quo continuing, would you acknowledge that this has the effect of continuing to lock independent members out of that opportunity in collaborative working that is going on right now in real time with respect to the current and critical work of the financial strategy for the council and the budget to come?
I wouldn't choose those words, but in effect, it would retain the current membership of the financial strategy group, yes.
Okay, so beyond, we kind of discussed this a little bit in a previous motion, but I'm going to ask the question. Beyond the 10% of the council membership stipulation, and I'm just looking back at the consolidated amendment in terms of this phrase formally constituted groups, but beyond that requirement of 10% of council membership, do council standing orders define any other qualifying aspects of a collection of councillors to become a group? I.e., there would be no requirement for them to have collective policies, collective lines, to have one leader, for example, or conduct structure, group discipline, or otherwise. In other words, they wouldn't actually require a constitution. Would they just require to be 10% of the council?
I think there are two issues there. So the 10% issue is not a question in relation to group. The 10% is in qualifying as a main political group. So that is the criterion for being involved in the group leaders' meetings with the provost, and by analogy is applied in other situations too. The question of being a group, Councillor Murtagh is correct in saying there isn't a definition of a group. So a group is broadly one or more councillor who gathers together, more than one councillor who comes together and tells the council's officers that they are a group.
So one or more councillor.
So I beg your pardon, Provost. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Murtagh, but I corrected myself on that. More than one, not one or more.
Okay, so yeah, more than one councillor. And in terms of, so you're clarifying in terms of the main opposition group to be a main opposition group, if 3 or more councillors came and said, we are now a group, they would be a group with no other requirements whatsoever.
As the standing orders currently are formulated, yes.
Okay, and as I look through the agenda and the motions today that go, I mean, motions go in the name of members, not groups. And in fact, you could have 2 members of the same group, even the same administration, putting forward different motions or amendments on the same item. Is that not correct?
In theory, yes. There's nothing in the standing orders to prevent that. That would be a matter for the groups and group decision making.
As we've established, there is obviously no need for any group line or group decision making or anything like that to be a group. So, I think that's an important point. So, I suppose finally, what I want to ask really is, whatever future aspirations for collaborative leadership may be, in your experience, does forcing others to conform to structures not suited to their diverse needs represent a collaborative and respectful attitude, or is the deliberate denial of participative rights when solutions are eminently possible now a concerning abuse of power which fails to recognise that the only intentions of this motion are about finding better ways for this council to do the best thing for all its citizens?
I think that's probably a question for the council to answer in the context of its decision on the motion and amendment today.
Fair enough. Thank you for your answers, Mr. Biddy.
Thanks very much. Any other questions, Councillor Spears?
Thank you. I read these words out earlier. Partners working together, democratically elected council, democratic accountability, celebrating collaborative working. The Chief Executive has said historically this used to be the case. First question, what changed?
Sorry if I might respond with a question. Historically, what used to be the case?
Independents were included historically. Doesn't happen now, especially on the financial strategy group. What changed?
I'm not aware of anything having changed.
You're not familiar that we're not in the financial strategy group?
Provost, I mean, naturally, I am familiar with that. Your question was,
I'm asking,
was I familiar with what had changed?
Independents
and I said
included.
And Provost, I said that I wasn't aware that anything had changed. The financial strategy group has been set up only in the time of this council, and the arrangements in relation to the financial strategy group haven't changed during that period. It's now a matter for the council either to change them as a result of what we have in front of us today, or to change them potentially through the collaborative leadership work, which has started and which is ongoing, or not to do so. It's a matter for the
I'm
council.
pleased to hear you're asking for democratic accountability. It's not just there to be informed after your meeting. We're here and democratically elected, the same as every other councillor, make decisions. We have not been given that opportunity on this financial strategy group to do so. Historic positions are one thing, but through time things change. It's a matter of principle, and I think I'm quoting yourself there, that you are trying to operate a democratic deficit in this council. But quite frankly, I think the young guy this morning, David against Goliath, spoke very eloquently on the need for a voice. But we're elected to have a voice.
What's your question, Councillor Spears? This is question
That's
time.
the question. We want that voice.
Any other questions? No. Go to Councillor Murtagh to move our motion.
2 wee seconds. Thank you, Provost. So I just want to follow up on the answers that we just heard, and I'd also like to address the fundamental reason for bringing forward this motion. These are to do with practical measures which are in the best interest of this council, the costs it incurs, the time our officers have to spend, and the untenable situation which prioritises sticking to an outdated party political model over what is actually going to get the best outcomes for our citizens. I'm genuinely really interested to hear from colleagues in groups why they think there is a justification to exclude members and simply deny practical and sensible rights effectively just because they can. We all know that this year this council passed a budget which was developed and led by independents. It is simply untenable to continue to pretend that the only people who should be working together, not only with officers but with each other to develop strategy and understand the financial predicament of the council, should be those only within groups. Not only is it untenable, but it is disrespectful to this council, and I would argue harmful on a variety of levels. It was not easy to develop a budget, which what felt like one arm tied behind our back, but it also meant there was no opportunity to really explore and develop in conjunction with others prior to that final budget process where red lines were or where issues might be that could be addressed by officers to get us towards a successfully collaboratively agreed budget. It's just maths, never mind politics, to acknowledge that no single party or independents can pass a budget by themselves. Excluding members who can make an important and effective contribution to that process is totally counterproductive. It's also offensive and democratically reprehensible. If group members are saying that they don't think independent members have a valuable contribution to make, then they are totally disrespecting the decision of this council that we collectively agreed that the most appropriate budget this year was an independence. Could that budget have been better? Absolutely. They could all have been better. But had more open discussion been made available and included those who ultimately went on to develop the successful budget, we might have been able to come to a better compromise. We might have been able to have a lower council tax. We certainly would have cost the council less money in terms of officer time, frustration, repetition, and indeed saved some of our citizens the anxiety and pain of worrying that their services were going to be cut. The suggestions in colleagues' motion now consolidated, with respect, I find utterly bizarre. It's quite mind-blowing to see in black and white, well, you can just meet with officers separately anyway. Why? How exactly is that preferable to anyone? Because group members don't want to include us, because having other democratically elected equal members at the same table is somehow beneath them or an abhorrence to the whole process. To have to discuss and develop with independence what might be in the best interests of our council and of our citizens. The suggestion in the motion to just take up more officer time, I just don't understand. What would it be? Is it better for 5 or 6 of us to insist on meeting separately every time with Ms Templeman, with Mr Moody, with the Chief Executive, with every director and head of service, that somehow is going to help the council to get a more efficient and cost-effective outcome for the people we're all elected to serve? The original amendment from the Leader of the Council, and I know these are now consolidated, talked about taking action which can be dealt with in appropriate time. I'm sorry, but the appropriate time isn't in 6 months or a year or the next council term. The appropriate time isn't even now. The appropriate time was many, many, many months or years ago, and it's frankly insulting, given that the FSG continues to meet and conduct its business, that this isn't recognised. The same goes for pre-council meetings. What possible practical advantage is it to keep 20% of the council in the dark as to how the day is going to unfold and why? I know that you all love my questions to officers, absolutely, but why are you making things deliberately more difficult for everyone? It undoubtedly makes our meetings less smooth and longer to exclude members who are definitely, and I promise you, going to always make a contribution to meetings, as is their absolute right and indeed their responsibility. We are talking about practical change here, but the amendments all are talking about sticking to the convention for the sake of it. And that's what we just agreed to do, not to do, several motions before. The suggestion that we could just become a group and then we would have these rights anyway totally misses the whole point. Yes, we could. How exactly, though, does that help anyone if it's not the most effective configuration? Why would the council insist that there can only ever be one model of how councillors come together to discuss things? Why is party politics or formal groupings the only way that you think we can do this? It isn't the solution. It isn't. I mean, the solution in the motion is not only fair, it's practical, and it's completely workable. It happens elsewhere, and the thing is, it can be done tomorrow. And yes, we can also become a group tomorrow, in name only too, with no whip and no single leader and no lines and no agreed policy areas and no group discipline, none of which is what you think might make a group, but we can, because that's the rules. But which nonetheless, that's what conforms to standing orders. But I fail to see how that actually helps and is constructive. Who does it help? We already operate this way for committee membership, and it's farcical to say that we can also operate like that for other areas, like the FSG and the provost meetings, when this has already happened for years with committees. The great thing about being independent is it comes with the less restriction in what can be said on the pure raw honesty at times, which is lacking in politics. If you think there is political advantage in blocking the rights of others because you find some of their views abhorrent or wrong, and that by blocking them you'll limit their voice and their power and their ability to grow, with respect, I don't think you've been paying much attention to the historic rise of populism or indeed even extremism in other places. What is risked in refusing to be fair, to be impartial, to give others their place, is the power that comes from arguments of being repressed, of being unfairly treated, of being discriminated against, of being afraid to listen
A minute left, Councillor Murtagh.
and debate, of being out of touch, protectionist and self-serving, of putting parties rather than the people first. Unless it's just political gamesmanship, and I'm going to say that it isn't, it feels like some sort of, we dare you to see if you can make it work, to become a group, to try and pull it off, of, oh, the lines we could pull if they all got together. Well, I mean, that's just disrespectful as well as astonishingly naive. Rather than putting the practical needs of the council first, the amendments are risking giving more legitimacy and oxygen to those who think that mainstream politicians are self-serving and out of touch. I don't understand why anyone would want that. This motion is about practical measures to make this council better. No independent gets any more money from this, but we could all save the council some, have a better chance at a collective decision making, let our officers get on with their jobs and us too. We don't need to wait for a collaborative leadership workstream to conclude to just get some basic fairness and respect in vital work that is ongoing right here and right now. I'd ask members to go back, take the party politics out of it and think again so we can move forward now.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a second, though?
Very happy to second Provost and reserve the right to come back in later.
Thanks very much. Councillor Meiklejohn, are you moving the amendment? Billy Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. And I know Councillor Murtagh's very passionate regarding this and 20%, but I'm of the council and I respect our views on that. But I'm glad that the three main opposition or three main parties came together with this motion so that 80% of the council agreed on the amendment. And it notes that standing orders define the main opposition group as it comprises at least 10% of the total council membership, and that there's a threshold underpins a long-standing arrangement for political groups recognition, including representation on the financial group. I believe that we allow that the ongoing review of the collaborative leadership take its course, and we can then have a debate to see if that is the way that we continue forward, or if it's not, then it'll stand the same till the next council. So formally propose the amendment.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. You got a second, Councillor Meiklejohn?
Provost, I'm happy to second and just say that I appreciate that Councillor Murtagh's very impassioned speech, but she's also demonstrated in her speech some of the reasons why I think we shouldn't be making a decision on this today and should be looking to go through the collaborative leadership aspect, because she talks about being an independent has less restrictions, has no restrictions on discipline because there's no party structures, etc. there. And I think that reflects very much on what the Financial Strategy Group it is about. And by going through the collaborative leadership, we can then have a better understanding of how the independents could indeed actually interact constructively within that. And within the remit of the Financial Strategy Group. It's not about keeping information, it's about how that information is used and when that is then shared as well. So that's the main reason for suggesting that this be delayed until we go through the collaborative leadership, and remind everybody that respectful politics goes always, not just one way. And while you can be impassioned, there is a fine line between that and going over that line. So I'm happy to support the amendment.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meiklejohn. So we'll now go into debate, and if many members have any questions. Councillor Kelly? No. Any questions? No. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
But are we on debate or are we on questions?
We're on debate.
We're on debate.
We're on debate now.
That's fine, because I didn't have a question. I just want to say that the principles behind Councillor Murtagh's motion, I am not necessarily in opposition to. I absolutely am committed to the concept of democracy and democratic accountability. And I have been having discussions both through the collaborative leadership process and with officers and others about the situation that we have where such a large proportion of the councillors are not actually involved in the process. However, I can't quite agree with the idea that the party political model is an outdated model. 83% of the councillors on this council are in political parties. Bailey Kerr mentioned the 80%, that's the three larger political parties, but it's 83% in total who have chosen to be in political parties. So while Councillor Murtagh may view the party political model as outdated, it's clear that that is not a majority position on this council. The Independent Review of Collaborative Leadership has made a number of recommendations. Those have been circulated to councillors. People are aware of the process. And one of those recommendations is a review of the terms of reference of the Financial Strategy Group. While, as I said earlier on, I am not absolutely opposed to the principles behind the Councillor Murtagh's motion, I do think that it's appropriate for us to do it in a measured manner through the collaborative leadership process, which is already ongoing. I would also just like to say the Financial Strategy Group, I am involved in the Financial Strategy Group, and the Financial Strategy Group does not make decisions. There's been reference to decisions made at the Financial Strategy Group. The Financial Strategy Group looks at things that are going to come to Council. Council is the decision-making body or the various committees that things go to. So while I have some sympathy with the feelings behind the motion, I will be supporting the amendment, the adjusted amendment at this time, and look forward to having discussion about the detail of how we will be making changes to the Financial Strategy Group to make it as representative and effective as possible.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Murtagh, do you want to come back in?
It was just a point of clarification. Councillor Hannah had mentioned it in the collaborative leadership recommendations, and I know that there's a limit about what we're allowed to share, etc. So I'm not going to break any confidentiality. But one of the things, as I recall from the report, that the first report came, was that there wasn't a recommendation about the membership in the Financial Strategy Group from the original report, and that actually it was up to members to take that on, which is in effect what I'm doing. Is that correct?
Thank you, Provost. It is not included amongst the recommendations in the report, albeit the need for the Financial Strategy Group to review how it operates, its terms of reference, etc., is there. But to those members who were involved in the interviews round about collaborative leadership, there were 12 members around the council, and the independents were well represented in that. We also shared an action plan, and the action plan was more clear that we do need to review the question of membership as part of that.
Thank you. Just be clear, that was an officer action plan, and that it did say within the report that this was an issue with the FSG, and it had been brought up as an issue and identified as an issue, and it would be up to members of the council as elected members about how they resolved that. That's basically what it said. Yes?
That's correct, yes.
Councillor Binney.
Thanks, Professor. Just out of interest, I think we all got an email, and I found this really quite informative. I was quite pleased that I got it on the 20th of June, and information was shared from the Financial Strategy Group I don't know if that was everything that was discussed, but that the actual group themselves asked the officer to share the attached papers, which was considered by the group. And personally, I'm quite satisfied with that, because as Councillor Hannah said, no decisions are made actually on this group. Sometimes I feel we have meetings for the sake of having meetings. It's something like that in a busy life at councillor, sharing the information where we can read at our own leisure is very good as well. So I was quite happy with that. All I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your input, Councillor Binney. Any other questions? No? Okay. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh now to sum up.
Provost, just before you do then, I mean, basically I don't have any questions of officers, whatever, but I was going to speak in support of Councillor Murtagh's motion. That's okay. There will be a couple of questions that will come out of it now that I look at what I'm proposing to speak to. Thanks, Provost. As Councillor Murtagh's very clearly identified, practical measures are being proposed here by the independents. Why is it beyond the main political parties within the council here to accept these suggestions and recommendations being made by the very elected members who suffer from a democratic deficit? I just fail to understand why you need so much control over 20% of elected members. Why is it better that 20% of the council are having conditions imposed upon them by the other 80%? It's disrespectful. Why are you doing it? We're offering suggestions to try and improve the running of the council. And to pay lip service to the democracy and then impose conditions on independent councillors, it's rank hypocrisy. Do you not see that? We're trying to be as objective and assist the running of this council. And I'll point out to you, I'll remind you, that the budget that we've just recently had was effectively that of an independent motion from independent members who worked collaboratively with the Labour group to push through the budget. We are here to work together, but I just don't see that affinity. I don't feel the love. I'll give you an example of where we're focusing on, or has been focused on, the financial strategy group. It's almost a side issue, if you like. Give you a perfect example where, again, Provost, you'll be aware, the example is Tiggets, where we had a meeting with Mr. Moody, the governance officer, and he identified, when we queried what input councillors had into the decision made by the IJB, he pointed out that there are 3 elected members who represent the council on the IJB. One's an SNP, one's Labour, and one's a Conservative. Colin very kindly said, Councillor McCabe, you don't have any input into that. And that is, he didn't say a failing, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but what he suggested is that we potentially could be looking towards increasing the membership, the elected members within the IJB. And if, forgive me if I paraphrase this wrong, Colin, but the intention would be that that 4th position, if he would find it very difficult for it not to be offered to an independent councillor. What I'm trying to point out is, here and now, we have a democratic deficit. In front of you, you have a motion from Councillor Murtagh suggesting ways forward. Why do you have to impose your will on the independent members of the council? One wee question that I would ask.
A minute left, Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. I'm not going to take a minute. Are we being asked to invent a new name for the independents? As you're well aware, my colleague, Councillor Spears, leader of the non-aligned independent group, we are a small group. Do we then have to change that group to NAIG plus to bring on board another, or do we have to invent another name? We have 5 independent councillors, one apparently is a reform councillor, still identified by the council here as an independent councillor. Why can't we make a decision today? We've heard that we shouldn't make a decision today. Collaborative leadership has been quoted a number of times here. And as far as I'm concerned, it's purely being used as the mechanism to kick this question down the road, to kick this can further down the road. I'm asking you, we do have a problem. You're all aware of the problem. You're all aware of a democratic deficit. Recognise it. Don't be so hypocritical to try and impose conditions on another bunch of elected members who don't form part of your groups. Why don't you just accept the motion? Thank you very much for your indulgence, Provost. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Is there any other contributions? Councillor Colley.
It's actually just a point of clarification and question to Colin regarding, I think there's been an assertion made in relation to the integrated joint board. My understanding, and I want to just check this is correct, council voted and agreed that they would like to have 4 representatives on the integrated joint board, and that is a matter for the integration scheme, which is not something that the council has control over at the moment. It's with the Scottish Government. Is that correct?
So just to take those points one by one, yes, the council agreed at a meeting of the council that its preferred position was that the number of councillor members of the integration joint board be increased from 3 to 4. That's a matter that has been included in the new version of the integration scheme, which has been agreed between the council and the health board. That's currently with the Scottish Government for consideration, and only at the point when it's agreed by the Scottish Government does that position come into force. If and when that occurs, there'll be a further report back to council, because there will be an additional place on the integration joint board for the council to fill.
If there's no further contributions.
Well, thanks to Councillor Colley for clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCabe. If there are no further contributions, we'll go to Councillor Murtagh to sum up. We've got 4 minutes.
Thanks, Provost. I just want to address a couple of points that have been brought up in the debate. Having been in a political party for more than a quarter of a century, I'm not suggesting that it is a completely dead model. What I'm suggesting is it is not the only model. It is not the only way that we can do business in councils, and indeed in councils across the country. It is not the only way in which business is done. Also, that this point about the Financial Strategy Group is not a decision-making body. It's not a decision-making body in terms of committee-type decisions. But what happens at Financial Strategy Group is that items are discussed with officers and with each other, and decisions perhaps that are more of a softer decision about whether to progress with certain things or not are taken, because I can see from minutes between one and another, or with my items and one another, that that's what happens. So independents aren't involved in that. And to take this year's example, because we were not involved in any of it, you know, things which could have been avoided, that could have been discussed as being, do you know what, that's, you know, that's never going to fly. That, you know, from an equalities perspective, some of those things that we're bringing up, if we'd have been included in those discussions earlier, we could have saved an awful lot of pain, and we could have worked with each other much, much earlier. And I don't understand why, that's an example from the past and why we shouldn't wait. So I don't understand why we're continuing with this. I want to play a full part in this council. I want to play as best a part as I can in this council. I work really well. I've found I really appreciate collaborative working with, particularly with Councillor Hannah and Councillor Patterson. I've been able to collaborate on a number of occasions. Occasionally with the administration, although I do again lament that I sent the motion, the reasons for the motion round to all elected members last week. And I had a brief discussion with Councillor Hannah about it. The administration have never picked up the phone to ask or to email to say what their position is or to explain it. And that's really, really challenging. Why can't we respectfully have some discussion about this? I find it quite hard that what is basically being said is now is not the time, which some members are fond of, but maybe not all, you know. And I think to pick up on Councillor McCabe's point, when you've got, and we, you know, Councillor Hannah talked about the women's right to vote earlier, and that's, you know, it's not appropriate for, we wouldn't accept in any other guise that this majority who don't have an experience, who don't have delivered experience and the disadvantages and whatever, that because they are the gatekeepers to changing the power, that they should only be the ones who control it. We wouldn't accept that, you know, in this kind of century. It's not how we operate. So I don't understand why we're operating in this way. I wouldn't accept it as a woman or a disabled person, that it's just that those who are normal or the mainstream should be the ones to make that decision because they can. It doesn't go to the principles of equity. It doesn't go to principles of fairness. Nothing that's been asked for here is in any way, it's not in any way unreasonable. And, you know, I try and be as respectful as I can and approachable as I can to all members, but with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek and humour here, if you allow me, it kind of feels a bit like it's my ball, it's my rules, and yous aren't playing. That's this good Scottish analogy I can make for that. It's detrimental. I can't play the full part that I want to play, and other independents want to play, without being part of these decisions in these committees. I shouldn't have to wait for others to give permission to just do what you all already take for granted. We're all supposed to be equal, and we've already established that just holding on to convention is not a good reason not to change things.
Time up, Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Convener. Provost.
Thank you very much. So we'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion is moved by Councillor Murtagh, seconded by Councillor McCabe, against which there is the amendment which has been circulated from Bailey Kerr, seconded by Councillor Miko John. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitken.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
Amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
The amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Miko John.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Provost, there are 3 votes for the motion. There are 21 votes for the amendment. The amendment carries.
Thanks very much, Mr. Beattie. That's the last item of business for today. So thanks for your attendance and enjoy the recess. Thank you.